I was just looking at all the stuff I need to fix, and then I was like, what if I just press start streaming periodically, and it fucking connected? What the fuck?
We don't have your cam currently, but I'm glad you're live. What's going on in here? We're doing a little bit of a just chill chat kind of session. And I decided to stylize it. I don't know if I'll continue these segments, but if I do, I've got a theme, right? Section called Shooting with Noot. You know, we're kind of just shooting the shit, shooting the breeze, you know what I mean? But I already put work into it. Just needs sound. But yeah, so there is a new redeem called Guest Caller. If you guys want to come in and chat, if you have a question for us, or if you just want to be part of the discussion, then we'll pull you into the Discord VC that we're in for a few minutes. Yeah, it's a little bit of a sneaky one there, Az. This is funny. Look what it's called. Chill bending.
I want to have your stream up, but I just don't have enough monitor space.
You have 3 monitors.
Yeah, but I've got a bunch of shit on them. I've got a bunch of stuff on the monitors, so it's just not gonna be viable. Sorry. Thanks for the lurk, JD. I know you did that a million years ago, but thank you. So, so now that we're live, now that I'm live too, sorry, did you want to do something, or did you want to start somewhere, or am I just...
Well, that's a good question. We've spent all this time getting ready. We haven't really planned anything. Your camera currently is not showing properly, by the way, in Discord.
Oh, whoopsie daisy. Sorry about that.
So what's the deal with airplane food?
I just had to click on start the virtual camera.
Can you do me a favor, Sci Guy?
Yeah, go on.
Can you ask ChatGPT what's the deal with airplane food, please?
Sure. What's
the deal with airplane food?
With is it supposed to be aeroplane or airplane?
As is, please. Yes, the classic what's the deal with airplane food setup. Let's give it a few streamer flavored spin. What's the deal with airplane food? Like, I didn't know depression came with a side of chicken or pasta. What the fuck? And why does it taste like Twitch's moderation policy? Cold, inconsistent, and slightly suspicious? What the fuck?
What a weird segue that we could easily use there to talk about Twitch. Why?
Fuck.
It's ChatGPT.
You actually have a question for Sai? What's your question for Sai? I believe Sai Guy is indeed live as well. Currently on several platforms, but he uses Twitch at least.
Of course. Yes. How you doing, Gamma? Hopefully doing well. And also thank you for the lurk that you're inevitably going to leave. I appreciate that. You too, Beanie. Thank you for the lurk. As you can see in my chat box that I've got up now, it'll have everybody from the 3 platforms that I'm live on at the moment. So that'll be Kick, YouTube, and Twitch.
Beautiful.
I figured I finally got the multi-chat.
He's got the Maltese. You got Maltesers.
I was teasing the
Question for Sai Guy from Borgie Place. Are you encouraged to use ChatGPT, and other AI resources in your studies?
I am, yes. I just finished an assessment that I had to utilize ChatGPT for, or just any AI, where they asked me to cover a topic, such as like projective identification or something like that in the psychology sphere. And then it was 150 words, and then I would have to take the, like, what is, insert thing here, and take the exact response from the AI, and then I would have to then do my own research to see if it was effective, if it was a viable starting point, and then I had to write up my own report on the topic as well, utilizing resources and references, and then leave a little note at the bottom as to whether or not ChatGPT was effective in getting me started, or if it was giving false information, stuff like that. So I had to get really involved with it, and at my current university, they encourage AI in your work 100%. So they know that you can't get past it. People are going to use AI anyway. People have been using AI for years, and it's getting really good now, so they know they can't get rid of it, and are struggling to stay on top of it, so they said, screw it, we'll just integrate it. And so they're teaching you how to use AI in a more, I guess, content ethical manner.
It's a tool rather than doing the work.
Yeah, exactly.
Thanks for popping in, Gamma. I appreciate it.
Would you agree with that? That you're simply a very effective tool, Mrs. AI, in using and researching and checking data and whatnot?
Combining AI tools with thorough research is crucial. While AI can streamline and augment tasks, it's not infallible and should be complemented by human oversight to ensure accuracy. So yes, it's important to use AI tools effectively, but always cross-check the data.
Is it talking back to you? Because we can't hear it.
I was just checking that because I was like, can people even hear this? Because I was really curious. But
on my side of the stream, we can't.
Okay.
Borgie says very interesting. Borgie says it's very interesting. We're being encouraged to use AI resources in our masters to clean up our thesis, which is crazy to me. Part of our project guidelines is being able to write a thesis for ourselves, so using AI at all baffles me. That's from Borgie.
Yeah. Likely, what it came down with us as well in psychology is that you're always over-referencing somebody's work. So every 2 sentences, we have to in-text reference or cite it or something like that. And eventually, you just have an assessment that just has nothing but citations and other people's work. And then my argument was, am I even writing my own document at that point? I'm just citing everybody else and then summarizing it, giving my own little summary for it off of their work. I'm not making my own. And so when we're coming up with a hypothesis or whatnot, we have to use AI to discover other hypotheses, like other theses that people may have, and then it sort of creates an amalgamation with all of them and then suggests one for us. And then we obviously, every study you do, any study you do has to be foundational. So you will build off of somebody else's work. That's essentially what they're looking for, and that's what AI is helping do. It helps to start foundationally.
Shinislaw, how you doing, friend? The real question, how do you feel about AI Darth Vader in Fortnite? Because Unreal about to add a whole bunch of AI tools for game and movie makers to use. Vader was the test run. The Unreal Showcase was wild to see what they are planning for it. Well, I'm not sure I know about that, Machinasaur. Can you...
I know about it, ironically.
Expand?
Only because
Can
Darth
someone
Vader
expand
Fortnite,
about the...
controversy.
Okay, that's full controversy.
Yeah, I don't know if it is, but I'm pretty sure it should bring up what I'm thinking about. Yeah, so it was AI powered with the
AI-driven Darth Vader NPC.
Yeah, so despite the technological marvel, players swiftly exploited the AI's capabilities, prompting Vader to utter profanity and offensive language.
Oh, fuck off.
That also included as far as you're thinking, yeah. Like, every word.
Wow.
Yeah. All used
So
in
they
an
used
AI
a
version of
legitimate
James L.
AI.
Jones' voice.
It allowed players to engage in real-time conversations with Vader, who would respond dynamically to in-game events. There's a few things like that. Like, there is a bunch of mods for Skyrim that give AI followers you can legitimately talk to. It's really interesting what they're doing. It's not a little... I don't know. Technology is gonna grow. It's interesting to see what they do with it.
Yeah.
But one thing I thought, in that vein of using AI to replicate voices, that's something that I'm a little wary of. Because I saw someone who did... They wrote themselves... Well, they quote-unquote wrote a Kanye West song by essentially writing a beat that was Kanye-esque and then using an AI version of Kanye's voice to rap over it. And like, I'm not a Kanye listener at all, but it sounded legit enough to be scary.
Well, there's a big fight at the moment because AI is being utilized a lot in the voice acting industry. And so, ironically, I love how I brought it up here with the SAG-AFTRA here, the SAG. Because they're complaining a lot.
Just
Just the
that.
voice actors and unions are complaining because obviously they're not getting as many opportunities because, especially up and coming games or games that have low budget or low funding, they'll likely be using AI because AI
Yeah.
is quite powerful. I mean, like for example, if I
There's-
just said, "Hey, can you write me an OBS code to integrate chat into something?"
Takes sued
Know
Fortnite.
a couple of things.
Well, I mean, it makes sense. If you're, I think that using AI in terms of that Darth Vader, or the followers in Skyrim, or there was a detective game I saw Most Critical play where everything was AI voiced and you could actually ask them questions, and they would they were designed to respond depending on their character profile and based on the evidence that you put forward. I think that could be an incredibly interesting feature, but using it in replace of things like artists, musicians, and voice actors is probably where it starts to hit the moral grey area, for my personal opinion.
And I think that's exactly the way to look at it. Is that it does come down to at the moment it's coming down to moral arguments and moral ethics. It hasn't entered that area yet where it's just straight up, hey, you're just destroying industries now. Because at the moment
It's effectively
they're
brand
integrating
spanking
the work
new
with it.
technology.
Yeah, they're trying to work
Yeah.
AI into the system without destroying the industry. But at the moment, obviously, when you integrate something in, there's going to be a little bit of scorched earth here and there. There might be 50% casualties somewhere, and it fucking sucks. I actually hate it. It fucking sucks.
Society
As you
will
can see,
find
by
the
the
line,
way,
I'm sure.
I just said I want an odd, like a Twitch on-screen chat URL thing live, and so it's telling me how to do it, and then it just bam, use this custom HTML for OBS, and it gave me the full code.
What does it do?
I just load it into OBS, add a browser source, load to Twitch chat, set width, background, stuff like that. What I asked for was Twitch chat integration. Because I just said, like, can you write me an OBS code to integrate chat into something? I didn't know where to integrate it. I just wanted it to sort of write a code for me just so I could demonstrate that it does write this stuff. So
That's interesting. The future is moving fast. It is indeed. Imagine you wanted to make a game yourself, first time game maker going to have fully voiced companions or NPCs right away with no overhead. Yeah, well, I think an argument can be made for, imagine a first time painter just using AI art and going, hey, here, I made this, you know what I mean? Like, there is a line somewhere and society's going to find it at some point.
I mean, it'll have to, and it's going to be messy on
Yeah.
both sides, both on the people who
absolutely.
are making AI and those who are suffering from it in certain industries, 100%. So at the moment, it's
But it definitely has its place as a tool, man. Like, you can do amazing things and clean up so much work in, like, the medical industry, for example, you know? Like, it has its place as a tool, absolutely.
I agree. There are that like AI it's essentially like the perfect sentence that I always remember in iRobot was just when he's like, can you make a beautiful masterpiece, or can you craft a beautiful chair? And then, you know, Sonny the robot just looks at the detective and he's like, can you? And I just thought, fuck, that was just a really good point. Like,
it's not just Noot getting flamed by robots.
yeah, I was like, that's just a really good point. It's like, while humans are capable of doing all these things, not every human is. Whereas an AI or a robot or whatever you want to call them technically could. And then that's where the moral grey area is that we based our society off of efficiency. We always want the best person for the best, for the job in charge or working in the industry. You always want the best persons because you want,
the most skilled, but also the least hassle. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah. That's what we've based our market, like our open market, free market, capitalism, all that stuff. We've based it on the effort of oneself in order to get results. And so when AI comes along and just does things better based on efficiency compared to other people, that's where the grey area starts to come in terms of morality. It's like, we let AI take over these jobs because they are technically better. They're better, more efficient, and it saves on wages.
I mean, We had, I'm sure we had similar conversations when like automation in factories came about. You know what I mean?
Oh, absolutely. That's the same thing. When things started becoming automatic in a
Yeah.
factory, people complained then too, and I said absolutely, that you should be able to complain on that, 100%.
Yeah.
Because it's always like, if it doesn't affect me, why should I complain?
Yeah. But that's an interesting thing that Machinosaur said in my chat, that he thinks that AI is the paintbrush, not the whole artist. And I think that's dependent on situations and what you're doing, because I think personally there is a difference between using some of the AI features in Photoshop to help you create something versus going into an image generator and going, make me this, you know what I mean? It also depends on what you're making things for, because I think that using AI as a resource for what's the word? My brain is blanking on me. References and stuff is fine. Like if I was gonna, because I'm not exactly the greatest artist in the world. I made this janky motherfucking thing today, right? This Noot in the suit thing is jank as fuck, but I still made it myself. I used a reference photo, absolutely, and I think that's where for me that's where the line is. If I want a picture of a dragon, I want to make a picture of a dragon burning Donald Trump's house down, I might go to an AI image generator so I can see what that looks like and then try and create it, you know what I mean? That's kind of how I would use it, but I'm also not a fucking artist, so...
So...
Here we go.
Also, how you doing, Laura? Appreciate you stopping by. First time chatter, hopefully you're doing well. Looking after yourself.
You got caught on the I can't make images of real people.
It's got a bust guideline limit where it can't make a bust bigger than a certain level, and now it's got a... So it can dance around the line. It can dance around the line, and so I'm noticing that I'm wondering if the AI is a little bit political here.
Labeled ego cheap.
Yeah, or a satirical castle of lies being roasted by a truth-breathing worm, and I'm like, I'm starting to see the political bias here. It's not neutral.
I didn't even think about that, Machinosaur. We should be using shared chat.
You're an artist and you know the difference. That's what Laura was saying, is that you can't beat, like AI can't beat a hand-drawn artist, like an actual human hand-drawn artistry. And I said, yeah, I would agree that it is a fantastic skill for sure. I think
Absolutely.
AI is just not there yet. I don't think it's there yet. I'm not advocating for it to get there, but AI will continue to just improve its features, and that's one of its features, is that it does draw stuff. And it will just improve and get better in the next 10 years. So it's not like I'm not trying to say I want it to take over, fuck all the artists, you don't deserve to eat, and your skill's useless. It's just that AI is going to continue going through it, and really the biggest argument is the moral dilemma between it. There are people who would just use it for efficiency, and there are people who will just moralistically refuse to use it because they would rather pay a human artist instead of an AI. And that's where we're currently sitting. That's that line at the moment.
Did you want to use shared chat,
yet, but
Saga?
It will get better. I agree, Laura. It will get better, and that's something that I'm not just I'm not stupid enough to say that it won't, because AI is it's been blitzing forwards and improving in all aspects in just in the last 5 years. So another 10 years, I mean, where's it going to be at that point? So I have no doubt it will. But anyway, yeah. Sorry, Noot, you go.
Did you want to use shared chat?
Yeah, just you'll have to show me. That way I can see your chat, because obviously your chat's like popping off.
I'll send you a stream together invite.
Alright, where do I
turn
need to be?
my mic off just in case.
Where do I need to be for that?
It should just pop up somewhere in your dashboard or on your OBS or somewhere. I can't exactly remember, to be honest. If you go to your dashboard, though, there is a stream together section.
Oh, yep. I see it.
Hell yeah. And then we just use the start sharing chat feature. Boom.
Should I allow the microphone?
Nah, because we're already through Discord, so...
Yeah, okay.
Now our chat's shared, so we'll be able to tell whose chat's from who, and...
We wanted to
now
do this
I can read yours and you can read mine.
Enjoy your stay.
That's why.
Yeah, and then we completely forgot about it.
And we completely forgot about it. And I'm like, no, this would be fantastic. I got
Thank
3
you for
monitors, I got a
following
different
Lore
internet
8.
connection. This would be fire, man. This would be fire. Thanks for the follow,
Good
though,
call,
Laura. I
Machine Saw, my
appreciate
friend.
that. We'll get better. We just
Alright.
have to work according to, like, we have to get better at how we use it. I agree. You just got to get better when it comes to, like, AI is just here to stay. We can't, I personally can't knock the efficiency of AI at all when it comes to writing for inspiration. I mean, what is it? Was it Zack Snyder? Was that him? Pretty sure he was using AI to get inspiration for movies and stuff. I think he admitted that. And this was like years back when AI was really in its infancy.
Yeah, I've used it just to get some generic ideas for some like D&D stuff, and I'll read something and I'll go, oh, that sounds like it could be a cool thing if this happened, or if I did that, or if I took it in this direction. And I've used the ideas that the AI chatbot has given me to bounce off into something that I've created myself completely. Like I said, using it as a reference, you know what I mean? AI is good for basic ideas. It's good for like using it as a tool. It's good for using it as a tool. I think it can be absolutely brilliantly implemented as a tool.
Just gonna double check, make sure. Musicians and composers who have used it, who acknowledged it. So Bjorn from ABBA. The ABBA co-founder is co-writing a new musical using AI tools. While he acknowledges it has limitations in crafting complete songs or lyrics, he finds it valuable for overcoming creative blocks. Imogen Heap, pioneer in merging music with technology. They developed Mojin, an AI version of herself trained on her voice and creative output.
Salty little bitch.
Okay, there's a bunch of people. Robert Downey Jr., beyond his acting career, he invested in AI through his organization. Yeah. It looks like a lot of musicians have definitely been using it. Anyway.
Yeah.
I thought I'd bring that up. But so Noot, by the way, are you gonna multi-stream in the future? Because of
I'm thinking about it, to be honest.
Uncertainty of what's going on.
Honestly, I'm thinking about it because I do want this channel to grow. I don't really have a plan though. I've always said that I want to see where it goes, but I've never really worked overly hard to get it anywhere because I'm kind of just laid back. I'll go live. Whatever happens, happens. I've been very lucky with how my streaming career has gone, just doing that alone. But yeah, I think I will look into multi-streaming in the future because in these uncertain times, just in case I do want to get off of Twitch, I'd hate to have to start again.
I agree. My kick has to start again. YouTube, same thing. I just wanted to bring up Tectone at the moment. Now, he said that we could talk about him if we wanted to react to his video. We absolutely can and all that stuff, just because he wants it to get out there a bit more. But he got I think it was a 14-day, or I think it's a 2-week
if you're
ban.
pulling up a video, I can just turn the volume of your stream up and we can all watch it together.
I was thinking about it, but I kind of wanted to discuss it in here first. But
yeah, for sure. I don't know anything about it, so inform me. I'm a blank slate.
Bans.
My mind is clear. It's also empty.
I just wanted to bring this up because his bands made me laugh. So, prominent Twitch streamer, known for his candid and often controversial commentary. They say controversial, but you'll see what I mean.
Okay.
So he got his first ban March 20th, 2025. For 1 day. He was suspended for streaming the anime solo leveling. Yeah, and it violated the policies. 100%. Makes sense to me.
Fair. That's fair.
Second ban, Noot, if you want to read that one out.
Okay, he was banned for 2 weeks. It was lifted up to 2 days. The reason for the ban was for derogatory remarks made about a fellow streamer, Frogan. Tectone acknowledged the suspension, stating he was banned for calling Frogan a fat piece of shit, and expressed that he stood by his comments.
and then I want to clarify, he further elaborated, by the way. He further elaborated and said, she's what, 5'2" and 300 pounds? So, I'm just saying, I ain't wrong. And
I don't know either of these streamers. I just think it's fucking hilarious going, yeah, I stand by what I said.
Dude, for this, by the way.
Yes, sir.
He called, basically, Frogan was the one who wanted to make the cake and recreate the 9/11 with the cake and stuff.
Oh, okay, yep.
Also,
I have heard of her then.
Yeah, wanted all American soldiers to get PTSD. She hoped they did, and she hoped they died and all this other crap. That could just be the alleged. It's something to do with her, them having PTSD, and she wants, it's all that sort of shit. So she got no ban for that, by the way. No ban for that.
We actually looked ourselves together and just if we were on the Twitch ban committee or whatever the fuck it is, the moderation team, I determined that it would have been against TOS. Absolutely.
I think so. She said America deserved 9/11, and she said that on stream. But she didn't get a ban for that. So when Tectone, in response to all of that he wasn't just randomly attacking her for no reason. It was actually a response piece, and then he called her a fat piece of shit, and then he got banned for 2 weeks, but he appealed it after 2 days. But she didn't get banned for any of her extremist comments, and I just went, so there needs to be a line.
I think it's wrong to get banned for, I think it's wrong to not get banned, for what she did. I'd have to reread the TOS, but generally, I think we need to treat every streamer with a modicum of respect,
Yeah, we looked
at
the
I know, but that was a long time ago, and I can't exactly remember everything that it said. And I know that it confirms she should have been banned, but I'm wondering if he has broken TOS by calling her a fat piece of shit. Like it was his ban as well. Was that warranted? You know what I mean?
He was just having fun. Could very well be, Laura. So his third ban, dude. He received, this is his most recent one, for 7 days. He received a week-long suspension for violating Twitch guidelines on sexual content and harassment. He admitted to using explicit language during a dispute with streamers Denims and Minx, referring to them with derogatory terms. Now, he called them whores because he was referring... Now, these two have been going at him, by the way, so they've been attacking him and his character. They accused him of being... They just said... Basically, I think it was Denims who said... he can't sue me for defamation for calling him a rapist because, in my mind, he did it. I was like, what kind of logic is that? So she hasn't been banned for making that allegation, and so he responded by saying, well, these two people who are coming at him, these two ladies, they have an OnlyFans, and he called them whores. And then he's got a 7-day ban, and that's why he made his video and just said Twitch is just ridiculous, and that's why he's multi-streaming, because
I think if someone's going to get banned for saying horrendous shit about someone else, everyone who says horrendous shit about someone should be getting banned.
Yeah.
If you're going to set a precedent for banning someone for saying horrendous shit to someone else, then anyone who says horrendous shit to anyone else should also cop a ban. Even if it's a 1-day ban, you need to... If you don't, enforce your own rules, then what's the point of having them?
There needs to be consistency. And there's obviously favoritism and there's not consistency. I think there's a difference. Like, for right now, even if we made a moralistic argument, I think there is a difference between... him, for example, calling someone a whore in response to her straight up accusing him of being a rapist with no evidence. Because I think there's a difference. Yeah. I think that what she said is much worse if we're looking at a moralistic argument here. And then also with, calling Fergan a fat piece of shit, I mean, with her claims and allegations that she's been making and not been getting banned for it at all or reined in, because she's also within the Hassan sphere. There's obviously favoritism going on with those views versus or opinions versus other people. So there's a difference if we're looking at a moralistic argument, and I think moralistically speaking, her claims are absolutely worse than what he responded with by calling them a whore because they have OnlyFans. I think that what she said was worse, and that there needs to be accountability for this sort of shit, especially when you're making some pretty serious allegations towards the concept of rape, because that can ruin a lot of people's lives, not just on Twitch, but just in the workplace in general. That's a horrible accusation to make, and so you need to have the evidence to back that up. You can't just say it and go, well, I can't be here for defamation because he's likely done it. What sort of defense is that? That's wild. That's moralistically bankrupt. That's anti-social
it's not defamation.
behavior.
It's not defamation if in my mind I believe it. Like, it's kind of not... What the fuck kind of logic is that? You know what I mean?
Yeah. I think it's wild.
Just because you quote-unquote believe it, that's still defaming somebody if it's not true.
Yeah, and for any Twitch executives that may be
defaming someone.
Any Twitch executives floating around, by the way, I don't think they're going to be here, but just in case, I just want you to know that these opinions and what I'm saying, these are my opinions. Obviously, I'm not speaking for Noot, who's also on Twitch. And I'm saying that just because I'm multi-streaming and you're not,
Hey, man,
so you're on the
I've-
platform. So.
I've named you on my Twitch, and the rules are if you do something stupid, you get banned for it. I'm safe, so.
That's a fair point, because I am saying it, and that is part of their guidelines, right? That is their safety feature. Yeah.
That's
So-
part of their TOS, that they supposedly uphold.
Yeah, obviously he's not I'm not going to say that he was really nice about it. I mean, obviously, I think, as I said, he called her a fat piece of shit. I think he called the other two, like fucking degenerate whores or whatever the fuck. I don't have the actual...
There's no
but he
good
was-
guys in this story. There's just
Exactly what
someone
I'm
who's
leaning
getting
to.
punished and someone else who isn't.
Exactly what I'm leaning to. It's the fact that the person who... Because once again, this is simply a moralistic argument in terms of how they've worked out who
Yeah.
should get banned.
It's not about
They
whether or
banned
not.
based on
It's
a
not about
moral
whether or not
argument.
Old Mate was. Yeah, it's not about whether or not Old Mate was warranted. It's about the fact that someone's getting banned for doing the thing that both people did, and the other one isn't.
Yeah, and in terms
That's
of
the point.
moralistically speaking, hers was worse. So if he gets banned, why didn't she get banned at all?
Marco Funko, man, how you doing?
So I think in that case, that's why it's such an interesting concept on Twitch at the moment, where they're just having... Because I sent you a video about all the changes that Twitch is going to be starting to do and making up stuff, right? It's changing. I sent you
yeah.
the video. I don't think you watched it.
You
But
did send me. I did watch it actually. I just forgot to comment on it. Oh yeah, I just forgot to comment to you about it. Why are you
they're trying to
playing all
make
the same
changes,
music
but a lot of the
videos?
changes aren't even going to matter later on down the track, because they're just going to integrate everything anyway. But yeah, I'm at the point where until they sort of clean up their act, because Twitch is just one of those things. The only reason we haven't, this is my personal opinion, only reason I don't think I've been affected by it, or like, it was well, that's the reason why I was about to say, is that I think it doesn't seem to be a big deal because I haven't been affected personally by it yet, because I'm not big enough to be affected by this stuff. But this stuff happens at the upper tier a lot. Mid to upper tier streamers cop this all the time, where they get random bans here and there. Because there is such a great multi-streaming idea now, that's why multi-streaming is taking off. Because a lot of big content creators are having some issues, and when they leave, it tanks the platform and it affects us.
Ed Munkasaki, how you doing, Nordic Axe? Laura, that comment made me laugh, by the way. That that girl gave Twitch a free membership of her OnlyFans.
Yeah,
That's
like
funny.
the executives maybe, because they favor.
Also,
it.
Machinisaur, I did see a comment. I apologize earlier about we're here being worried about AI morality, and people say shit like this. It's like there are bigger things to worry about, honestly.
Is it Dan Clancy? Is he the owner of Twitch?
Dan Clancy, what a fucking name.
Oh, it is Dan Clancy. He's not publicly disclosed a list of his favorite streamers. However, his actions and statements provide insight into the types of creators he supports. Dan in a
This'll be
van
good.
tour. Huh. Okay. I'm just having a look, because you'll see a lot of media that will just say, oh, he favors certain things. I'm just like sort of like brushing through here, just having a look.
Enjoy your stay.
It's given a pretty sterile response, you know?
Thank you for following
Yeah.
It's not just going to be like, oh, by the way, he's a piece of
X74.
shit, fuck him. So, it's given a pretty good response, I think. Because, as I said, it tried to clean up the tech tone comments here. And also, if you noticed, it hasn't brought up what Denims and Minx also said back to him. And so, like, you can look at this information, and this is why you always do more research. And you don't take ChatGPT or any AI just off face value, because if I didn't know any of the extra information, then we would have read that and just clearly have seen it from one specific angle per se.
Yeah, but also sometimes the chat bots are just fucking straight up wrong. How many times did it take you to get, what was it, flaxseed or something in your Oblivion playthrough to get the fucking ID code for it?
Okay, to be fair, on that, Durin put in the code as well, and Durin got something different.
That's weird.
And then Durin was just like, wait, hang on a second, it happened to me too. And I just went, right? I don't know what's going on. So it was weird.
Maybe we should be turning our gaze to Bethesda.
Yeah, we could. But yeah, I'll bring it up here because this was a really good take from Asmongold as well, when he said essentially there's really only a small handful of streamers that are causing all the problems on Twitch, and he also included himself in there and said I'm part of that as well, because he's obviously
well, I only ever hear 2 or 3 names anytime Twitch drama hits. Like,
it's always Asmongold, Hassan, and fucking somebody else. But there's like groups on either side, and you've got streamers on either side. Whereas Asmongold he was a good take because he also put himself in that list and went, "Hey, I also am a part of this drama, and I'm also a part of starting and causing it because of the content that he also makes and covers." So he held himself accountable and said, "Hey, it should affect me too. Like if I get removed from Twitch, so be it. It has to happen then in order to clean the image up." Because he's talking from an advertising revenue perspective, because the idea is that he doesn't want to just leave Twitch. And I don't think he's outright said it, but it was something that I pondered as well, where I was talking to you about it, where I said Twitch has, like, well, how many active streamers? Because the idea is, like, if Twitch goes down, then the market gets flooded, and then everyone else's payouts get smaller on these other platforms, because they have to pay so many more people coming into the sphere.
Either payouts get smaller or ads get ridiculous.
There'll have to be more ads, yeah.
Because there's 20,000, 20 million, whatever it is.
Could be 15 million or 9 million.
9.35 million active streamers each month.
That's as of 2025, so that would likely be.
There's 35 million daily users.
Yeah, 35 million users. That's huge, though, right? Like, that's massive. That's a lot of users.
Yeah, if there's 9 million streamers and 35 million users, then how come we haven't got a bunch of fucking viewers in our stream? For the
well, that's exactly right, because the top percentage of, like, 0.01% are taking majority of the viewers.
They're getting thousands and hundreds of thousands of views, and poor old Psy guy's, getting a measly 500, the big muscled man over here.
I get viewers?
I watch your streams, man. I'm a fat man. I count as 2. Okay, I'm gonna get banned now for calling me a fat piece of shit.
Yeah, you burned yourself. I had nothing to do with that. It's gotta just happen. But I was just like, if we're looking at 9.35 million active streamers, so that's just active streamers. So there are also inactive streamers that may just come back.
How many active streamers? Just out of curiosity, how many active streamers does it reckon YouTube has?
How many? In what way? Like just streamers or?
Just streamers, not like content creators, just streamers.
Okay, how many active streamers are on YouTube? I'll be curious because I think this might be inflated. It hosts
total
3.1
broadcast
approximately.
channels.
To see.
Yeah, Twitch is like, according to this.
Yeah.
Yeah, so if I'm just kind of reading the rest of this before I continue with what I was just going to say.
Oh yeah, yep.
Yeah, so it reckons Twitch is the dominant platform with 9 million, and YouTube's got 3 million, which means that Twitch is, if we take that at face value, Twitch has got 3 times the streamers that YouTube has. Not necessarily active channels making money on YouTube, but just streamers in general. You're going to get 3 times the streamers coming into YouTube.
And they're all going to want to start their own YouTube channels too, because they're going to have to start logging and storing all the VODs and stuff. Not to mention, I said this could be weirdly conflated, because when it says YouTube Live hosts approximately 3.1 million total broadcast channels, anyone with a YouTube account can essentially just go live. So there might just be people who just upload videos but never stream, and so they wouldn't be in here. So you also have that as well, which they could also just start going
I think the majority of YouTube channels don't go live.
I agree, because YouTube, because that's why they added in here with YouTube Live achieving 14.487 billion hours watched. Because YouTube is the dominant.
Compare that to
platform.
Twitch. Compare that to Twitch. Final quarter of 2024, Twitch stream hours watched. If you can give us that number. So 14.4 billion hours on YouTube Live.
Final quarter.
How many live hours in the same time frame? At the end of the day, people are obviously going to watch that drama we can all agree that those unemployed immature people are going to watch him. And I was like, yeah, well, maybe we should start fighting each other and get some more views.
Well, as
If I call you a fat piece of shit, so like, are we going to get views or what?
I think we start a beef or something.
Yeah.
Well, there's your
So I
answer,
reckon
by the
Twitch
way.
approximately 5.5 billion versus YouTube's 14.5 billion.
And obviously the decrease, that's natural because that was during the the 4 years from 2020 to essentially 2022 to 2023 of the spicy cough that was going around.
Yeah, yeah.
It just everything jacked
The big
up.
ick. Yeah.
But the reason why I knew YouTube would win by a landslide is YouTube is the #1 viewing, like video watching platform in the world, as far as I know.
It is.
It is, and I think
But
it,
I
think
think
it just
I would have
got
thought
an
that
award
Twitch
that it
has.
was more watched than Netflix. So
I would think that Twitch would have YouTube beat in terms of live streams, though. But
well,
I don't
yeah,
know.
because they've
I
got
don't know
9
the
million
stats,
active versus 3.1 for sure.
Yeah.
But also on YouTube, they have different rulings, right? So you'll see a lot of channels that just seem to be live forever. They're just like
Yeah.
lo-fi beats and
I think
stuff
Twitch
like that.
Twitch has got a cap, whereas YouTube I don't think does.
Yeah, and even if they do, there's more channels that are just going live to get the ad revenue, because the ad revenue on Twitch is much different, and so that's why there are more people who also just want to go live on YouTube to do that brain dead fucking just put this song on repeat and
Well,
get ads.
there's a few Twitch channels as well that do they do constant streams as much as they can. Like I came across one that one of my old housemates was just watching, because why the fuck wouldn't you? But it was just a constant live stream of a duck pond that someone has, and they have several different cameras set up that you could donate bits to change the camera angle, and you could donate bits to automatically feed the ducks, and it's just a constant live stream of these ducks chilling in a fucking pond. And I was like, it's
Yeah.
genius. Because it's
Well,
working. They had
agreed.
thousands
It's
of people in the stream just watching this duck
I
pond.
think they do that with Bob Ross, yeah? Same thing.
Yeah, they just stream Bob Ross episodes
They
constantly.
just stream it constantly.
But I don't think that channel's monetized.
Yeah, might not be. I'm not personally sure, but also like the difference in ad revenue. So compare ad revenue on well, we'll just like
Surely
compare
YouTube
ad revenue
keeps
and
Twitch
just see what
distinct.
happens. YouTube will absolutely smash it.
I drank all of my coffee. Rats.
Because I know Twitch is it's gonna be in the negative because they lost a lot of advertisers, especially lately, because of all the bullshit that's going on at the upper echelon.
Yeah.
It's essentially like the people at the top are ruining it for the rest. So that's why I'm trying to
Yeah.
keep my finger on the pulse on this concept, because if they fuck it up at the top, it's gonna just essentially fuck it up for all of us, which means it affects me,
I mean,
and that pisses me off because
Yeah.
I've got nothing. I've got no
Oh,
dog
for
in
sure.
this fight. But
Because
I'm
we- yeah,
also
we-
gonna get punished for this.
this kind of shit can affect us, but we can't do anything about it because we are, we're part of the 99.99%. You know what I mean? We can't do fuck all about it ourselves.
I'm pretty sure.
But that's
if
why multi-streaming is a really good idea, because it's kind of like hedging your bets just in case Twitch does piss enough people off that there's a mass exodus. It's like you don't have to start again on the platform. Multi-streaming also gives your other platforms to your Twitch viewers, so that they know where to find you and that they can even find you should you stop streaming on Twitch. You always cop a dip, but the people who the main fans, they'll follow you anyway, man.
So how's that for earnings?
Here we go.
From February here, he talked about his $90,000 one that he earned over 5 days. I remember that. He had a 24,000 one or a 56,000 one single day. I remember that. He mentioned it. But his reported earnings lately have been about like 24,000 to 28,000 for his for the month and stuff, right? Because he gets paid monthly.
Ridiculous.
So, and by the way, this one here, reported earnings of $37,000 was $9 from advertisements on Twitch. He made $9. And then we go down to Kick, and he generated almost $40,000 from his first 2 streams because of the ad revenue as well.
That's crazy.
I know he's a super controversial figure, as you could call it that, and he's obviously quite popular, but just what he was talking about, it's the same thing of what Charlie said as well. So Charlie said the same thing, where he got
You
paid...
need a kick account, Munker Funker.
Oh, you don't want a Twitch account, let me tell you. But Charlie said the same thing, Moist Critical. He compared his revenue, and this is why he was talking about multi-streaming, because he did a multi-stream on Twitch and YouTube. For that same stream, I think he said he got $2,400 from Twitch with fuck all ad revenue, and he made $70,000 on the VOD from YouTube for the same stream. Because of, and like majority of that, 90% of that was fucking ads from YouTube, because YouTube has ads.
Yeah.
They monetize that stuff.
Yeah, all of your ad revenue would be coming. Bunker, all of your ad revenue is just going to be you and Nordic Axe just constantly watching your own VODs. Hey, it pays the bills, man.
Twitch is currently having is that they don't have advertisers that want to be on like these platforms, or they don't want to be on a lot of these VODs or videos. They don't pay much out because they're not getting much back, and that's why a lot of advertisers don't. I mean, you've got what, the Twitch main account on X posting their own ads now because they just what the fuck. The official Twitch is just posting their own ads now on X because they're just like they can't keep, because it's so over. Like, I went live here and within 30 seconds I had a 2-minute fucking ad on my own stream. 30 seconds in.
Twitch's ad situation has been horrendous, and so many streamers that I've seen, I've always said we fucking hate this, but if they want to monetize on Twitch, or if they want, you know, their fucking emotes and their fucking redeems, and they need to do it. Because you can always just unaffiliate yourself, and then you won't have the channel redeems and the emotes, but you won't have the ads. But that's also another thing that's going to change soon, supposedly. Everything's getting fucking emotes and redeems, but everything's getting ads.
Yeah, I remember these people were talking about it.
Talking about ads, you just got one? Fucking make my point. Thanks, Twitch, you
Twitch,
jerks.
Man. Nordic got hit with the same. But the severe drops have happened. At the moment, for large streamers, they're suffering from a revenue decrease of about 95%. And I remember one of them talking about it, where he said his ad revenue had dipped. Even Asmongold showed it, where he said, I had like turbo ads from his last month. And then suddenly on this next month, he had almost no turbo ad revenue at all. And he was just like, what the fuck? Like, where did that money go? So, because they didn't tell them. They didn't tell any of these streamers that the ad revenue is going to go down. So that's why they're like, well, fuck it, we're going elsewhere. Now, the problem with that is you've got a lot of people who are going to other platforms now. And as I said, you're going to have market saturation on a lot of these platforms where they will just... If they become the predominant streaming platform, they're going to, like, their business revenue is going to be different, because they can't keep paying people out the current money that they're paying, because you're going to have more people, like more hands in the pot, and so people are going to have to either have another adpocalypse, or they're going to have to take a hit in a lot of their revenue in order to pay out all these new people. So
I was just saying, Monka, while you ended up copying that ad, I was just thinking that's so fucking funny that it happened as we were talking about it. So I was making our point. Thank you, Twitch. You know, but I've got my ads set up the best way I think I can, because I have to have them. Like, if I want this to be affiliated still, I need to have them somehow. And we know that pre-roll ads kill new viewers. If someone rolls into your stream, I've done it myself. I roll into a new stream. If there's an ad, as a streamer who knows the situation, I still instinctively click off and go somewhere else. So the best thing to do that I found is to run 1.5 minutes of ads every half an hour, so I don't have to do pre-rolls. So when someone new comes into my stream, they just get the content. Unless they pop in and there happens to be a fucking ad running. You know? It's either 3 whole minutes of ads every hour or every half hour.
I was just going
to point out that, personally.
Huge brands have left recently, because I know they were talking about advertisers leaving recently.
Exactly, Mucko. Sorry, Si.
And it was because of the politically driven content that's getting a lot more
Yeah.
recognition in.
Well, they're not
the
banning
media.
fucking Twin Towers cake and, you know, Hassan. They're not banning these people
Hassan
for
really
things they
is...
should be fucking banned for.
Well, yeah, Hassan says he speaks for the truth. You know, he speaks for truth, and it's people like Asmongold, for example, that are ruining the platform. And I'm just like, that is a fucking mental take to have. That's wild. Did you see what Hassan fucking did? When he was on a podcast group for the Pride Month thing, and there was obviously a gay individual sitting across from him, and he had the.
Who would have
Pride
him
flag
on the podcast for Pride Month?
What? That's why it was just wild. But they asked him, he's like,
trying to
what's your
add-
favorite flag? And he went, oh, the Hezbollah flag. And the dude next to him's like, no, because that's the fucking radical. Anyway.
What the fuck did you expect having Hassan on your Pride podcast? There's no way you didn't know something like that was gonna fucking happen. Whoever organized that was like, this will get views, you know? But what I like to do is when I take a break, if I sit down, like sometimes my breaks go for a while, but if I sit down ready to come back from my break, and I see that there's an ad coming in 5 or 10 minutes, I'll just run an ad while I'm still on my break, and I won't come back until the ad's run. Because I'll try to get as much of my content out as possible. And when I'm doing a normal stream, and I'll do 20 odd minutes of just shooting the shit, you know, before I start the game. As I'm setting up for the game, I'll run an ad just while I'm doing getting the scene ready and getting the game loaded. I'll run a fucking ad just so we can have 45 minutes of peace. I do what I can to get around these fucking ads, man. But you know what? It's funny. I'm gonna try and start looking into multi-streaming if our internet can handle it, of course. But the other day, Saigai was multi-streaming some Fallout, and I got smashed with the fucking. I didn't have the money in my account at the time for the subscription, but I got smashed with an ad on Twitch. So I had all 3 of his tabs lined up. I just went to YouTube there instead because there's no fucking ad. So pro tip: if someone's multi-streaming and you cop an ad on Twitch, just go to YouTube instead. You're typing away, Saigai. What are you getting for us?
I did find the video, but it was just yeah, it's a higher percentage, obviously, if you don't have, like, pre-rolls. That just play straight away, like when someone clicks on.
Yeah, so it's either you get 30 seconds of a pre-roll, or 40 or a minute or whatever for pre-roll, or if you don't want pre-rolls, you have to subject people to at the very least a minute and a half every 30 minutes, or 3 minutes an hour. Those are your choices.
There's a lot of people who've also said it as well, where they're like, the moment I click onto a stream and I see an ad, I click off. And it's like 99% of the time.
Exactly. So the only option we, as streamers who want discoverability, the only option we have, at least on the Twitch front, is to run at least a minute and a half of ads every half an hour. Because then you don't get your pre-rolls. The only problem is, I feel like sitting through a minute and a half of ads is better than 3 fucking minutes. Because then at least you don't miss a whole lot of content. But at the same time, like, it's still 3 minutes an hour, no matter how you fucking split it. Be it 3 minutes every hour or 1.5 minutes every half an hour. It's still 3 minutes an hour.
Not to mention, it doesn't shut them off completely. Because, as you said, it depends on how long you're running your mid-rolls. It only disables it for a certain amount of time. Because it has to run every time. You have to run the 3-minute ad break, for example, in order to get the 60-minute disable. And then that way, as long as you're running them...
Yeah, because the way I've got mine set up is they auto... Every half an hour, it auto. So if you snooze it, you get pre-rolls again, or sometimes I run a minute and a half of ads early, just to get 45 minutes apiece. You know what I mean?
Right, let's get spanked some more.
Now that I'm running shit through Restream, I've got to be really careful. I've got to turn down all my sources, like the redeems. Right, let's get spanked some more. I just looked over and saw that it was in the red, and I'm like, wow, that's got to be loud. That's got to be very loud.
Not doing too bad, Has. Not doing too bad.
But I thought it was just interesting. just because right now it's obviously the biggest thing is the ad revenue thing that's affecting the big streamers, and the reason why I made it a talking point here was simply because of that. When they leave, there's going to be less reason for advertisers that are still advertising on the big streamers, and they also will leave, as we've seen advertisers leaving Twitch currently, and then suddenly Twitch is already operating at a loss, being subsidized by Amazon. So at some point they may just sell it, or if they try and do a
Or just pull the fucking plug.
They might just pull the plug. And when that happens, as I said, there will be a market saturation on these other platforms, and then the next video will be, Twitch, the loser streamers that couldn't make it on Twitch are now just taking all they're causing an ad drop or an adpocalypse on YouTube for the rest of us.
Yeah, and it'll suddenly be our fault.
Well, then they'll blame the people who collapsed it, and it's just that's why. That's why they're streaming on other places.
Monka, their ads aren't as bad as Twitch's. I can guarantee that.
Yeah.
Twitch's ads are just horrendous.
Oh, Twitch is horrible with their ads. But that's the thing, but at the end of my stream, I get, I think after the month, and yeah, if I stream for 100 hours, I think at the end of the month, I get $1 from ads, and ads were just running non-stop. They're just on every 30 minutes, for example. They're just constantly going for a minute and a half, 2 minutes. And after a month of that, if I stream for 100 hours, I'll just get either $1 or even 90-something cents. And I'm like, cool. So for 90-something cents for the month, I've had to run a ludicrous amount of ads that will cripple my viewership because people won't fucking click on a stream if it's running an ad. Because the only time they'll stay is if they know who the streamer is because they've built up somewhere else. And Twitch used to be always about, early on, it used to be you could build something on Twitch for sure, but obviously the last, 3 or 4 years, you can't do that. You have to be doing other platforms, and you have to be doing other things. You just have to. So, the discoverability is just horrible. The amount of ads that come through don't benefit, mid streamers to lower streamers. I'm a micro streamer, 5 years. And I classify as a micro streamer, and I looked at the stat for that, and they're like, your streamers who are in the micro phase, they're just starting out. And I'm like, oh yeah, sounds good to me. Just starting out. Woo! I'm on my way.
Yeah. Feels bad, man. Feels bad.
Hey, it's really just me. It's my fault. Because I'm not doing content on other channels. And now that I'm doing multi-streaming,
I don't think it is your
finally
fault.
Branching out.
I don't think it is your fault, because even multi-streaming or doing content on the channel, people still gonna struggle. You know what I mean?
There's definitely a large amount of luck.
That's kind of what my point was trying to be before my brain kind of turned off mid fucking thought. You can put in all the work, and that's going to improve your chances. I'm not denying that, but you still have to rely on it happening. On something you're rolling the dice regardless of what you do,
Yeah, and it's
Monka's birthday today. Oh shit! Happy birthday, Monka.
Yeah, happy birthday. Also, how you doing, Haz? A gorgeous woman who I've never seen. That's no lie. I've never seen you. You keep saying, I swear you've seen me. And I'm like, no, I've never seen your face. But I was pretty sure. You're 47 years old. You're a Jamaican woman, and you're 300 pounds. That's my guess.
Well, I mean, I've never seen Haz before either. I'm just picturing a beard because it makes me feel more.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
Women scare me.
So, that's why I was just kind of keeping my finger on the pulse with a lot of the information.
You're old as fuck, Monka. It's going to be lots of candles to blow out. I don't know if I've got the lung capacity.
Wasn't as many candles to blow out when they were carving the wheel, huh? Time flies, man.
Oh, shit. I hope you had a good day, brother. I hope you had a good day.
Yeah, agreed. Hopefully you had a good birthday, eh? Yeah, so I've just been keeping my finger on the pulse because of this stuff. Because multi-streaming is just going to have to be something that I need to do because my internet
I'm glad that you're keeping your finger on the pulse, because that means that I get the inside scoop. So it's kind of like, hey, Noot, the ship's sinking. I'm like, alright, sweet. I can try and save myself. You know what I mean?
Just as a quick side note, we don't have to get political, but I can't believe it that Trump and Elon broke up on Pride Month. Of all months.
Did they? I didn't even know they broke up.
Yeah, they broke up in Pride Month.
Oh.
Yeah, wild, isn't it?
Who cheated on who?
Well, that's the thing. No one knows right now, and it's been fucking awesome to watch because, as usual, Elon is going on a fucking rant on X about Trump, and as in,
Elon is such a
by
fucking
the way, guys, they
muppet,
haven't
I'm
released
sorry.
the Epstein files because Trump's on it. Have a good day, Donald J. Trump. And I'm like, okay, he's not okay. Something's going on with Elon.
Yeah.
He's not okay.
He is definitely 2 or 3 Ben and Jerry's in.
He is a crashing out for sure.
He needs a rebound president.
Yeah, hang on. So Trump and Elon.
Trump versus Elon? Oh, let's get ready for a death battle.
Yeah, during Pride Month. This will be wild. That was one of the best comments I actually saw, was because there's a guy that's been advocating for Elon to be deported because he may be an illegal immigrant still, which is fucking wild to me. And then because Elon mentioned that Trump is on the Epstein files, one of the best comments was like, Alien vs. Predator 3. I was like, that is a wild comment. That was phenomenal.
This is why we have the internet, guys. That's fucking hilarious.
That was like, you ever on the internet and you just see a moment where you're like, the internet is undefeated. That is one of those moments.
My god, that's golden. I'm happy to sit through the dead internet theory. I don't give a fuck if it's all bots. That was golden. It's worth it for that alone.
Typed Pride Month in because it just came up with this saying it was a deep fake about Trump canceling Pride Month 2025, which, by the way, that did happen. It was a deep fake, which was kind of wild. Rip between Trump and Musk became public. Huh. June 5th. It's the 6th.
What do you mean, Munka Funka?
Okay, so it said one big beautiful bill, which I love that they had to mention that as its actual name because they made it with that name. One big
Big guns, I guess.
As a disgusting abomination. It would exacerbate the national deficit. Trump responded by threatening to revoke federal contracts with Musk's companies, including SpaceX and Starlink. Musk escalated the conflict by endorsing calls for Trump's impeachment and alleging without evidence that Trump was implicated in the Epstein files. I'm telling you, like, it's a full
So he just
crash out going on
decided to
between
go
these two.
full fucking... So Trump was like, hang on, bro. And then Elon was like, fuck you!
Yeah, he was having issues, man.
I mean, I feel like if anyone's going to escalate something,
plummeted.
it's going to be Elon.
Well, the thing is, no one really knows what's going on. No one has the actual.
No, but
influence.
Elon's just a child, though. So if whatever is going on, he's screaming at the top of his lungs, no matter what it is, you know.
Yeah, I shouldn't have mixed the Pride Month joke in the topic because it's like the breakup during Pride Month 2025 not only marked a significant and political personal schism, but also reignited debates about their positions on LGBTQ plus rights. It didn't. Had nothing to do with that. It's just I typed in a joke comment that they broke up on Pride Month, and ChatGPT took it seriously. So
take AI with a grain of salt. You know what I mean?
Hang on, Elon's. X comments about Trump. Surely they should show it. This is just kind of wild. So it could lead to national bankruptcy. Now, I know he said that. The thing is, Trump actually refuted this in a way where he said, because he broke down the bill and explained how it was going to work and whatnot, but he also said that Musk worked on this bill. He knew all about this bill, he just never said anything, and then suddenly when he was on his way out from the White House, apparently, you know, there's the issue. Now he's talking about how it's a garbage bill. And so that was one of the things that was claimed. So with Trump being named in the Jeffrey Epstein files, where he made that claim, another interesting thing about that is why, if Elon knew about that, why was he letting his kids hang out with Trump? Like, one, because there was times where Trump was like babysitting his kids, right? Which was shown. And I'm like, well, if you knew about the whole Epstein thing and you let your kids, and now it's suddenly a problem and you're using it as a I've got you moment, why? You don't get to, it's like having your cake and eating it too in this case is just, it's not going to work. That's just a really weird stance. I always knew.
I just went to Elon Musk's profile. And one of his posts from 2022 just said, "Next, I'm buying Coca-Cola to put the cocaine back in."
Yeah, like how many times can we take him seriously? You know,
Bro. These aren't in order of date, but he does have a poll up 19 hours ago. It just says, "Is it time to create a new political party in America that actually represents the 80% in the middle?"
Attempts at reconciliation. I wonder if it has something to do with the 150 billion in market value dipping from Tesla from the stock in the last 2 days. Also, there was someone saying that there was the electric vehicle mandate that Trump was supposedly he shut that down, and then Musk got upset at that, and that was really weird because Trump had said he was gonna shut that down, like he was gonna drop that mandate anyway, and I think Elon was in the room. He might have been, but Trump had already said that months ago. So that's not something new that came out of nowhere, and then suddenly it's like, oh, well, what the fuck? So that's what I mean, like, on both sides, it just looks weird. It's just it's strange. So apparently he's responding, I think he is responding positively, because some people have said, hey, you know, you should work together. We're better when we stand together rather than, you know, these two billionaires, you know, fucking fighting over it, having a spat on social media. And apparently Elon was okay with that, but Trump was just like, fuck no, he's lost his mind. He doesn't want to mend the relationship.
Trump is a scorched earth kind of guy, and Elon is a muppet. I mean...
Yeah.
But I also don't really give a fuck about their relationship together, to be honest. It doesn't, you know, I don't really care about it.
That's why this is just super weird.
Yeah. If anything, it's just wacky news.
Yeah. I just thought I'd bring it up because it just made me laugh, just because how just sort of public this is currently being, and it's so strange. It's like, okay, the President of the United States is having a public spat with his boyfriend that he broke up with on Pride Month. That's just really weird to me, and it's a very public spat. So I'm like, is this an op? Like, are they just like pretending to cause this rift in order to rebuild like Elon's fucking image, or what's going on here?
I don't know. I think it's going to take a lot more than a fucking weird public breakup to repair Elon's image.
Elon's image is pretty bad.
Elon's image was the best it ever was when he was appearing on Big Bang Theory, and everyone just kind of thought he was a quirky tech genius. But now everyone knows he's just a dickhead.
Now everyone knows he's a glorified investor. That's the interesting thing with it. It's like, I'm noticing the trend, right? Because Trump was also relatively liked until he entered politics. Elon was relatively that enigmatic billionaire who everyone was like, oh, he's the savior. And then he got political.
I think he was... To be fair, I think Elon was slipping before he got into politics.
I think he was, for sure. But at the time, it was new, right? I guess it was just a new thing.
Yeah.
It's like a billionaire that's acting not like a billionaire that we're so used to, because they're normally quite reserved and private, especially online. And then Elon was just, I'm not that. I'm the opposite of that. So
yeah,
it's just really weird. But I did notice that when they both get into politics, I mean, that's the common denominator. It's like when it comes to games, media, Hollywood, all of that stuff. The moment it became highly political in the content and it's seeped in, it's starting to tank. It's having problems.
I feel like that's the common thing, you know? No one likes a politician. So if you don't want to be hated, don't go into politics.
Not to mention, I think you're putting politics and you're inserting it into escapism concepts. Like we use entertainment as an escapism from the world.
Absolutely. Who wants to be reminded of this shit?
It's overwhelming and fatiguing. You get tired of it.
Yeah. Absolutely. You know, because things just aren't good right now in the world for anyone. Unless you're one of the 1% or whatever the fuck it is. So yeah, we want to escape. I want to be able to fight dragons or fucking, cybernetically hack into people from 50 yards away and then drive this on car away. I just want to be able to escape. And when you can't, it's frustrating, to say the least.
Yeah. Agreed. It gets frustrating. And it's just the fact that, 10 years ago, you would have an expert that was actually an expert, and 10 years later, suddenly everyone's a fucking expert at everything. Everyone's an expert.
Yeah.
Everyone has
We're
an
gonna have to
opinion.
start saying.
Everyone's
We're
an
gonna have to start
economic
saying-
advisor. Everyone's a political advisor. Everyone's an expert on with the economy. Everyone's an expert with sociology. Everyone's an expert with human behavior. Everyone's just a fucking expert. It's like, I've diagnosed myself, and I can see the signs. I've watched plenty of TikToks and shit, and it's just all common sense, man. It's obvious. I can see it. Everyone's just an expert. They all have an opinion now, and obviously it's also our experts that we currently have nowadays have been watered down with quantity over quality, because I don't trust a lot of the experts, especially after the COVID fiasco, because the experts there were fucked.
That was that was a weird time. I think no one wanted
that's
to be
gotta
the
be the
expert
progenitor,
there
right?
because,
That's got to be the progenitor for just the straw that broke the camel's back in terms of public opinion on social media just being overwhelmingly just exploding in terms towards government and in a negative manner, because just how it was mishandled and misrepresented and lied about and mistreated and all the bullshit that happened, all the scams that happened, how it was the world, essentially the top 1% took advantage of the rest of the world. And hell, even countries, because they tried to use the idea of uncertainty. It's an uncertain time. It's all uncertain. But then it's like, hey, we're going to save, one of the things that Australia did was, I'm going to save small businesses. And so they're like, cool, let's save small businesses by handing out this $4 billion package. And they gave it to the banks to divvy it. And of course the banks sent it to fucking companies like Qantas. They sent it to big businesses. Yeah. Then you can dip into your super if you want, because they've always been trying to get their hand in super, because there's something $2 trillion of super they always want their hands on, because it's money that's sitting there that they can't have. It's just, that's what I mean by the mismanagement of it's an uncertain time, and so they're using that uncertainty and that confusion to take advantage of people. And after COVID happened, all the information came out and people started seeing how fucked it was. The trust in the government just dipped. And that's the general sentiment now. Everyone's an expert on government and that it's all corrupt and it's all bullshit. Everyone's got an opinion.
We already had those experts, but now they're louder and more plentiful. Well, experts, I say, with quotation marks,
Yeah. They're louder and they're getting listened to more by the general populace is the other thing. They're getting listened to a lot more now. They were a very quiet voice and now they are the common, because there's a lot more of them that fell into that pile, especially from the COVID era. I think that was just really the tipping point. That's what did it for government mistrust, because they took advantage of everybody. The world was a mess.
I like to try and give people the benefit of the doubt. I try to keep open minds for a lot of things. I try not to choose sides if it's not something that affects me. I try to kind of be as neutral as possible if it's not something that's an issue that affects me. You know what I mean, or is related to me at all. And so that's exactly the kind of mindset that I walked into a lot of these restrictions and shit. But you can't. It gets to a point where you can't deny the absolute fucking farce that some of those restrictions were. For example, in our little part of the world, they did things like restricting the sale of alcohol to people who weren't vaccinated. And if they wanted, I feel like you could mental gymnastics it they're just trying to protect the general populace because they're not vaccinated. But the thing is, they weren't keeping people out of liquor stores. They were just refusing the sale at the counter. So unvaccinated people were still going into the liquor stores and getting the alcohol. They were just getting refused the sale. That's not protecting the public. That's using the sale of liquor to control the public. Not to sound like a tinfoil hat guy or anything, but that's just blatantly what that was. If it was for protection of the public, then people's vaccination status would be getting checked at the fucking door, not at the counter.
Agreed. Not to mention, you would get fined by having more than 5 people in an open park, but it was okay with a mask just to walk into a crowded and packed supermarket because it's considered essential.
Yeah.
That double standard.
There were a lot of things
really,
that were just stupid.
Yeah, the rules were ridiculous, not to mention the lack of logic. I mean, if I ran that through a logic authenticator, like, there's none. It would come up as, this doesn't make sense. Because it's stupid. That doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
So we're getting... And then not to mention, the 6 meters of separation was just fucking made up. Fauci admitted it. It was like, just people started saying it, so I just said sure. And I'm like, you're in charge
Do you know what?
of the WHO organization controlling the world during this pandemic, and you said... Sure, that's been made up, so let's just roll with it.
I think that was a way to try and stem the hysteria that was hitting everybody. Whether or not it was a good thing to do or not, I'm not commenting on that, but that's what I reckon it was. Even if it was bullshit, if Fauci admitted that it was bullshit, I think it was a play. This saying this thing that doesn't actually helps. Gives the people something to focus on, something they should be doing, quote unquote should be doing, and it stems, or at least it would have been an attempt to stem some of the hysteria, because it got crazy. The toilet paper crisis of 2020 was no joke.
Yes, but that toilet paper crisis was not linked to the 6 meters of separation.
No, but it was linked to COVID as a whole. I'm saying that the 6 meters of separation, it was a way to, may have been, I should say, a way to stem the hysteria. It was.
I don't think
it ended up being 6 meters in
this
country.
This is where I disagree, because I don't think it's.
I'm not saying it did. I'm not saying it did. I'm saying it may have been a way to try.
Well,
I'm not at all saying it did,
because it would have been a way to try either. I think because he didn't even.
Well, then what's the point of lying about it?
Well, that's what I mean. He didn't come up with it himself, so I think it wasn't a way to try and stem hysteria. I think it was a way to determine how much control they actually had over the populace. It was a control experiment. That's my guess, because it had nothing to do with. It had nothing to do with the medical, the medical ruling that it wasn't going to make the pandemic any worse or better, and so why even implement it if you knew it was fake? Because obviously they wanted to test. I think they wanted to test how much control they had over the populace. Because remember, this rule became heavily mandated all over the world, especially in the Western world, right? It became heavily mandated to the point where if you couldn't have an okay 6 feet of separation. Safely in a retirement home, then you couldn't visit loved ones, for example, and that was something that people couldn't even be next to their bed on their deathbed in a hospital. They couldn't have family in the room because the 6 feet of separation bullshit. And that's what I mean. If this was fake and they knew it, and it had nothing to do with making it worse or better because it had no clinical background to the advice, and they mandated it, and it cost it affected the Western world heavily, because there were things that just you couldn't do anymore. It absolutely controlled what we couldn't do, and that's what pissed me off, 100%.
Yeah, fair. There was a lot of that going around. There was a lot of the what you could argue was power tripping going around, even in our state with our government at the time, they were largely praised at the time for how they handled everything with the closing of the borders and that kind of thing. But I feel like that kind of praise and that kind of respect or whatever, that kind of love and praise for their actions got to them a little bit, because they just wouldn't let it go. It got to the point where closing the borders was no longer thought to be done, and yet they wouldn't fucking open them. It's like, you were quick on your feet, and everyone loved the idea of closing when we thought it was necessary. Now that it is not necessary anymore, shut the fuck up and open the goddamn borders. And they just wouldn't. You know what I mean? And I feel like
because they touted
there was a lot of that power tripping.
We have to curb the spread.
Yeah. But the thing is that we were in a position where it wasn't necessary to curb the spread anymore. At the start, you could argue it was.
This one here, Noot. I didn't know about this. Is this real?
I don't know. I've not heard of it either, to be honest.
Yeah, I'll take that with a grain of salt. But also, I think I shared, because I was going through a lot of the things that were considered, controversial. But I think I sent this to Haz, because I wanted to talk about it with Haz on my other podcast. With Haz. Sai has a podcast. But anyway, where they were touting that...
I just had cheeky Google myself. According to the ABC, according to the ABC, take that how you will.
Yeah.
A Ballarat woman who was charged with inciting others to breach a state lockdown had her case thrown out of court. So she was charged with inciting, but it was thrown out. The mother of three live streamed her arrest. She did get arrested on live stream.
Yeah.
Showing police handcuffing her in a video that later went sparked concerns for the Australian Human Rights Commission. The arrest came after she created a protest event on social media, citing concerns about the impacts of lockdowns during the pandemic. Apparently, the police prosecution applied to have the charge struck out, which was approved. So yeah, she absolutely got arrested on live stream, then had the charges dropped.
I'm glad the charges were dropped, but it's wild that the charges were even there in the first place.
People were wild with that fucking inciting shit, and like you could get arrested for saying you were gonna have a party.
Yeah, it's something to do with this. This is what I was kind of looking at. I was talking to Haz about it. This is kind of the information I was looking at, but it is information from the WHO, World Health Organization. That's the full government one that was trying to like fucking have a go at us. But yeah. So the IFR, I can't remember what that stands for. It's the proportion of all infection
fatality rate,
including undiagnosed and asymptomatic. So this includes undiagnosed cases as well. This estimate includes it, and asymptomatic that led to death. But the global estimated IFR, it wasn't even 1% of fatality across the world. And remember, we kept hearing about how like aggressive and how many people this like COVID was killing all over the world. And they said it was really bad, especially in Australia. I remember talking to Haz about it, where we were getting told that like our places in like third world countries and stuff are just it's running rampant over there. And they don't have as much medical resources, you know, and stuff like that. But yeah, that obviously all of that was a load of shit. Obviously, ages 20 to 40. Less than 0.1%.
To be fair, I had always heard since it began that particular age group was one of the least at risk.
Even children who almost just couldn't even get it. But just overall, the global estimate, and that includes undiagnosed as well, they're including that is a variable. It's between 0.2 and 0.7 as a fatality rate all over the world for like all ages.
And that's due to the quick-thinking politicians who implemented 6 feet rules and lockdowns. So
I agree.
Moving on.
I agree. The 6 feet, definitely. Australia, ours was 0.2 to 0.4%, and I remember them saying that like total confirmed cases 12 million. Okay. Total deaths was 24,000 as of early 2024. So that's after the heavy spread as well. 24,000 confirmed deaths in Australia out of 26 million rough people, and they were saying that everyone's just dying left and right. Because I remember them telling us, like, the fear-mongering of how bad it was. They were telling us it's horrible, these lockdowns need to happen, these places need to be shut down, then you need to be quarantined, and you need to get 15 boosters and 14 mandatory vaccinations, otherwise you're at risk.
And on the flip side of that, though, 90%, or, you know, a large percentage of our population got the vaccinations and the boosters, you know what I mean? Who's to say that isn't what curbed the death rate? I know we had to. I'm fully aware we had to. I'm just saying, you know, what if scenario, if we didn't, well, I do wonder if our death rate would have been higher.
The CFR, early 2020 to 2021, and that's when it was at its most peak and rampant, it didn't even crack the 1%. Tilted a 1%. Otherwise, the estimates were 0.2 to 0.4%. And that's during peak vaccination times. That's what I mean by all of this. Because I was looking at the stats and I'm like, it's fucking wild. Because I remember them saying Omicron is an absolute fucking game changer and it's sweeping the nation. Even Omicron was less than 0.5% of a fatality of a confirmed case.
I think Omicron, from memory, was this big scary thing because of its infection rate more than anything else.
Because it
was supposed to be a super infectious fucking, But, I mean, like, there was a lot of fucking stupid fear-mongering going on there, you know? I'm not saying that COVID wasn't a serious thing that needed to be taken care of. but
agree.
it was definitely
Overblown.
utilized by opportunistic people.
I agree. The fear-mongering was overblown. They overblown with the fear-mongering, and it was wild to see the world fall into that disarray, because I remember saying I didn't want to get the vaccinations because, number one, I said, while I believe in science, I also believe in the fact that these are rushed. This feels like a rush job to get them out, because there's
And
no...
you can say that these are made on the basis of other, like, SARS vaccines or whatever, all you want. It doesn't really breed confidence in the general population that 6 months later you've suddenly got this fucking vaccine that should have taken years to develop. You know what I mean?
Plus, the first 6 months, when they did rush one out, it did cause issues. It did have side effects. The blood clotting was a real thing.
Absolutely.
Really
People were getting heart
palpitations
palpitations and all sorts of shit.
And then in Australia, that's why it was so bad in Australia. It was, especially with America and the UK and all that, when they were looking... I can't believe the UK were, but even America looking at us just going, bro, like, you guys, you had to... Like, you got an ultimatum. Get vaccinated or you can't work. And we as a collective could have just said, well, then we're not going to work. And then the government would have been like, well, we have to lift the mandates because we need people to fucking go to work. The thing is, everyone in Australia, essentially, whether we grumbled about it, complied.
That's because we have that culture in this country. Grumble about it all you want, but you gotta do what you've gotta do.
Exactly right. And a lot of people, we don't agree with it. That was the general consensus with anyone I was talking to this about. They were like, no, you should. Because then I remember it started becoming like, because remember, in February, we were treated as less than human. We almost had no rights for February until they rolled it back because they realized how insane they were sounding.
Yeah, they almost stopped us from going to the supermarket to get food.
All I could do was fuel my car. Couldn't go anywhere else. Couldn't do anything.
Yeah, that was a bit shit.
You
know, I had every design on, and I did get the vaccinations, but that was ridiculous. To stop people from going and getting food to live on is ridiculous to me.
Well, anytime I mentioned the vaccinations or just mentioned my issues with the pandemic, even to my parents or to the co-workers or whatever, they always just... I was looked at as the moment I said, I'm not really agreeing with all this shit because it's just weird to me, right? And I talked about the toilet paper bullshit where they're like mixed messaging us on media by saying, I'm not saying that you should rush to get toilet paper, but I'm also saying you should rush before everyone else gets it. And I'm like, what sort of messaging is that? Not to mention the bullshit that went around saying our toilet paper was made in fucking China because everything's made in China because it's China. And I'm like, no, it's made in Australia. That's wild. And then that caused a big issue. And the companies didn't care because they were making a lot of money. So it didn't get quelled very hard when that rumor was busted.
You know, that was such a domino effect because there was the people who got duped and who were stocking up, which forced the people who weren't duped to have to stock up because there wasn't other choice, which just exacerbated the problem and caused a domino effect. And suddenly everyone is punching on for toilet paper, whether or not they believe that there's a toilet paper shortage. You didn't punch on for toilet paper, you couldn't wipe your ass.
Yeah. It was actually crazy. It was actually crazy. It was like, that's just how far like civilization devolved through fear.
Oh yeah, we got a good look in how things are going to go if our civilization collapses overnight. It's not going to be pretty.
Yeah, but it was just, I think overall that's what the pandemic was for me. I looked at that where people were talking to me saying that, especially people around me, my family specifically, and other co-workers and all places in public, where they were just, if you're not vaccinated, then you're fucking nothing. Like, how could you not? Just get vaccinated, herd mentality. And I'm like, I agree with you. I just don't agree with the vaccination currently. I don't think it's ready.
Yeah, I'm fully in favor of vaccinations.
The rush. It was rushed, and that pissed me off because of all the misinformation that was going on about COVID-19. I was getting sick of it, and it's good to see a lot of vindication later on with just how fucked the fear-mongering really was. And that's why I'm linking this back to my initial point. I think this is the turning point for the mistrust in governments, for especially all over the world. This is what caused that issue, and that's why there's so much of it online.
Yeah, I mean, I'm fully in favor of vaccinations, but I'm not in favor of how the government went about the vaccinations during the COVID crisis.
Not to mention
the ultimatum. Well, I was going to say the thing that pissed me off the most about that particular, I guess, quote-unquote era, that situation, is that, again, like that February that you were talking about, where we were told, we almost got told we couldn't even go to a supermarket to get food. We were told we couldn't enter a supermarket. We were not allowed to enter a shopping center or a supermarket. But you could still go into the liquor stores. You just got denied service at the counters. I'm not letting that one go. That's fucking stupid. That is ridiculous.
Yeah.
I can't go and buy food, but I'm still allowed to enter a liquor store even though I can't purchase the product. What kind of backwards ass logic is that? It just made me think, you cannot deny that was just a fucking part of the ultimatum. It wasn't at all to do with safety. It was, unfortunately, to do with control. As much as it makes me sound like one of those tinfoil hat wearing sons of bitches, that's just what it fucking came across as to me.
Weird thing too, because it also had the opposite effect of backlash, where they said you basically have to just constantly keep sanitizing your hands 24/7, and it had a unique back effect, like a pullback on it, where people just hated that, getting told what to do, and they were getting sick of just how sterilized everything was, so they started not washing their hands. And I'm like, you should just wash your hands. You shouldn't be making a statement by not washing your hands. But I'm just saying, it was just the idea that...
I will...
Yeah, you go, sorry.
Sorry, I was just going to say, I will say that's one massive big plus for me personally, is that now that there's sanitizer everywhere, and I love that. I fucking hate touching public door handles, knowing that there are people out there who don't wash their hands. And this is an issue pre-COVID. But they're a fucking gross motherfucker. As a male who has been in a public toilet with other males, I notice how many people either just trickle their hands underwater or don't even wash them at all after they've touched their shit, man. So thank fuck COVID gave us hand sanitizer everywhere. Fucking big plus.
Yeah, for all the men who wanted to use female bathrooms, I totally understand if that was your main drive, just because the men's bathrooms are fucked, and I understand.
They're fucking disgusting.
Yeah, you walk in there and your shoes are sticking to the floor, and you're like, okay.
Oh, bro, I cannot believe just how much we're fucking animals, man. Good lord.
Well, it's always like it's when no one's watching. It's when no one's watching that your habits will come out. So it's like when you think no one's around and then you don't wash your hands, or when you think there's no one around, it's amazing what people actually do in bathrooms and shit, you know?
Oh yeah.
It's when no one's around, or if they're home alone, it's crazy. I'm home alone, I totally understand. But there are things that are just like, there are just habits.
Everyone's got their habits for sure,
like they don't
but
have
wash
them.
your hands after you've done the thing.
Well,
fucking,
like,
how could you not?
Because you're touching everything else that everyone else has to touch. It's like, just because you think, oh, I didn't get anything on my hands, though. It's like, yeah, but you're touching everything else that other people have also touched. So you have
I have a story. I'm not going to go into the story, because I'd probably need a trigger warning or two. But, basically, the excuse someone had when I was like, hey, you seem to have forgotten to wash your hands, good friend. Their excuse was, I don't need to. I took a shit, not a piss. And my mind was blown at that logic. I was like, what do you mean? What do you mean? You
That can't be real.
what do you... Yeah, I'm like, screw it. Hang on, rewind. What the fuck? It's not like I used my hands. What the fuck do you mean? What did you use? And their reply was, I used toilet paper. And I'm, nah, man. I went full mum talking to a 3-year-old. These Germans can fucking kill you. Get your ass back in there and wash your fucking hands with soap. It was ridiculous. But they made it worse. They made it worse because they came to me and said, I just want you to know that every time I was at your house, I totally used soap. And I'm like, you didn't? And now I want to burn my fucking house down.
Yeah. Because it's easy to tell a lie, especially over something that's just so hard to prove. It's so hard to prove. It's like a common action. It's the idea that because it's so common that you could just make the claim and then people will just assume that you actually do the thing. Like washing your hands, obviously is one of them. It's such a common thing that you think would be common. So you just go, yeah, I wash my hands all the time. Someone in the back of their mind's going to think of the one time they've seen you wash their hands, and then they're going to go, oh yeah, you do it all the time. Because it's such a common action, you just assume, your brain will just assume that it happens so frequently, and so you only think of one moment And then you think, yeah, they do it all the time. And that's where it gets conflated.
But when your brain picks up on the one time they don't and think, oh shit, have they never? You know? And I started, thinking
always.
back.
Hang on a second.
I started thinking back to all the times I was over at this person's house and playing video games, wondering why the fuck their controllers felt so sticky. And now I want to remove my hands from my body, even 15, 20 years later.
Peeling your hands off the control. I always thought that was weird when I stayed over at like a friend's house as a kid, and they would give me the Nintendo 64 controller. Like I'd unwrap the cord.
Yeah.
And when I grabbed it, it was already slimy, and I'm like, why is this slimy? You haven't even touched it.
I couldn't. I was brought up to respect the controller and never touch. Like I see people chips and all sorts, and then literally, if I'm eating chips while I'm playing games, I'll grab a spoon or something to eat the chip with. I cannot touch my controller with shit hands.
I agree. It's one of those things too, right? I grew up poor, so when I had technology, I had to look after it.
You looked after it.
You
Yeah.
go over someone's house and they just put a disc in the disc tray and then they just slam it shut. And I'm like, bro, it shuts automatically. You just press the button. But like, yeah, it's fast, it's fine. Oh my good god.
Yeah.
Some people really didn't have the same struggles.
Me and my brother cried when his daughter, who was only maybe 1 or 2 at the time, had ejected his PS3 Dragon Age 2 disc, grabbed it, and just gone, and it destroyed the disc. But he's my big brother, so I learned a lot of my habits of looking after our shit from him. You know what I mean? So
yeah,
we had a little cry about that. But you know, she was a 1 to 2 year old. You can't blame a child for that. But that's just what I think of every time you tell that story. I just think of her grabbing the disc and going and ripping it to shreds. You know?
That's why I learned very quickly that the reason why my second player controller it didn't have stick drift and it didn't suck ass and it was actually functional is because I stopped letting people use it. So
yeah,
I learned very quickly that it's not the second player's controller, it's my backup controller because it functions.
Yeah.
No one's touching it.
So if you want to play my game,
finding the problem. I found the solution.
Yeah. You want to come play games with me? Bring your own fucking controller.
Bring your own controller. I used to say it all the time. Bring your own controller. You have to bring it. Because I'm like, you're bringing your controllers, man? Because mine aren't that good. Only one of them works. I used to just bullshit. Then you pull out the second controller. Like, shit. What? So, well, it's for me. Yeah, so apparently, this can't be real, but only 19% of people worldwide wash their hands with soap after using the toilet. That can't be
4
that
out of 5 people neglect? No.
That can't be that low.
No. I can't. Why would you show me this?
Because they're saying soap too. Because you
Hang on. I need a second. So we said at the start of the stream, take AI with a grain of salt, and I'm choosing to do that right now.
Well, that's what I'm thinking. Like,
I'm choosing to believe ChatGPT is wildly incorrect with this.
Surely, I
will not be verifying it because I need to be in my own echo chamber.
Absolutely.
I'm looking away from the screen. I can't. Don't tell me. I'm straight up ending my fucking stream. I can't hack this if it's true.
Wait. Science alert. Hang on, because it followed up. Hand washing habits in Australia. A survey by the Food Safety Information Council, that's not good, revealed that 19% of people, like Australians, do not wash their hands every time they or after using the toilet. Additionally, 42% admitted to not always washing their hands before handling food. Okay.
That's fucked.
80% of men and 83% of women reported always washing their hands. Wait, so they reported always washing their hands after using the toilet, but not soap?
That doesn't...
Because it's specifying soap up here, because that's what I was going to say. It says soap, because I was like, there are people out there who'll say they've washed their hands, but they just run their hands under the water. Like, they turn the tap on, but they don't wash their hands. They wet them.
Which is fucked.
Well, that's right. I don't think that's effective at all, so I agree.
But with Monka, stay away from the purple controller. But those stats you've got there, Saigai, are cooked, and I can't deal.
It can't be real. So what I'm going to do is say, look, give me a
verify that shit.
Scholarly article proving this.
Wait, you're missing a C there, right? Friend.
I am.
Scholarly article, please.
Scholarly.
You went full Pauline Hanson. I'll have a scholarly article, please.
I wonder if it'll still do it. Yes, the statistic that 19% of people, it's supported by scholarly research. What? No.
No bullshit. I want an article backing that claim up as well.
A comprehensive study published in the International Journal of Epidemiology analyzed data from nationally represented household surveys across multiple countries.
Epidemiology, that'll be like skin and shit.
Yeah.
What if it's like not is what is it? The International Journal of Epidemiology is the international
The peer review
journal. Oh, good lord.
Probably shouldn't.
A
click on
valid
random
source.
screen.
Please say no. I don't like what I'm finding. Alright, so I've decided that I'm going to be a agoraphobic from now on.
Oh,
So-
that to me sounds like it's a real, it's a real scientific journal.
Yeah. Like I said, I'm never going outside again. But on the plus side, more streams.
That is wild. That's a real statistic. 19% with soap
I can't.
globally. And Australia was also 19%, but that was, you know, in Australia it's a little different. We have a higher rate, obviously.
This is how you get Black Plague, man.
What about Australia? See if we can find something specific.
I fucking hate this. Why are we doing this?
General public, so it's a survey conducted by the Food Safety Information Council. 19% of Australians do not wash their hands after every time using the toilet, and 42% admitted to not always washing their hands before handling food. Okay. Okay. And what's scary is that while they only did 1,229 Australian adults, you would think that you would have a better chance of having a higher number than 19 because the pool is so small. The fact that they did 1,229 and only got 19% of people from that.
To be fair, it says 19% of people do not wash their hands.
Yeah, every time. And
Yeah,
like,
but I'm
when
saying... That's not saying 19% of Australians wash their hands. That's saying that 19% of Australians don't wash their hands. So, I'm happy
Yeah.
that that's the smaller number.
Yeah, the 42% is the scary one. That's not good.
Yes, it is.
Because,
So just don't eat out ever again.
because that also includes then, even up from the first one, that there are people who don't wash their hands, but then also are definitely in the portion of people who also don't wash their hands before food on top of that. They're doubling up on what they're handling.
We have to just trust in the fact that glove policies exist in a lot of restaurants.
And you know what? I would
But
take
also-
the glove policy, especially if people aren't washing their hands, but at least they're wearing a fucking glove. Look, I'll take it.
On the other hand, if I could just turn this around a little bit, you know, immune systems need to be challenged, and we're not dead yet, so...
What about showers? Because if they're not washing their hands,
Are they washing their ass?
they're renowned for their commitment to cleanliness. Oh my.
That's not what you said before.
I agree. Over 80% of Australians shower daily. 90% of women and 80% of men. Okay, well, that goes to show that when women are just like, men are smelly all the time. I'm like, well, we shower almost essentially as much as
To
women
be fair,
do, so...
we live in a predominantly very hot country,
Yeah. Yeah.
and half of
25%
it
of
is humid as
Australians.
fuck most of the year.
That's an interesting one with the showers. 25% of Australians shower twice a day. Because obviously some people shower just once. I tend to shower once a day unless I've gone and done something like gym or something when I get home, or especially when I came home from work. I always showered before work and then after work. Because I don't like smelling like a bog before I get there, and I don't want to smell like a bog when I'm back. So I
Yeah.
was very adamant about that. So I was definitely I think that comes down to just, I can see 25% of Australians doing it. It depends on their job. Like, if you're in an air-conditioned office, I mean, you're going to come home, chances are you're probably not going to shower then, or they may shower in the evening after work, but then not before they go to work when they wake up. I'm going to be honest, when you wake up, if you shower in the evening and then you wake up, I promise you do not smell as good as you think.
Oh no, if I've got things to do, you know, I'm definitely a shower beforehand person. Waking up and showering, I can't do the wake up and not shower and then go to work.
I showered last night though, and all I did was sleep. I'm telling you now, you just don't smell as good as you think. You just don't.
You still spent 8 hours sweating in your sleep, bro. Like,
or just sleeping in general. And after 8 hours, I mean, a lot of the smells and stuff, and the amount of oils that have accumulated on the body and all that stuff, you have a sour smell. You do have a smell to you. It may not be super strong for some people, but it's like I always say, it's like when you try to hide your smell, like the smell of weed with deodorant before you went to class. You may think you're fooling people, but you ain't.
No, you just smell like weed and deodorant, bro. Like,
yeah, it's fucking. In fact,
one doesn't cancel out the other.
Because now we get a whiff of the deodorant that's also carrying the fucking mixture of the smell that you have too.
Legit.
You can tell. You can say when someone walks past.
I'm going to take a quick break because I need the little Noot's room. If that's cool.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine.
About 2 hours in, I'm going to use the bathroom. And then, yeah, I'll come back.
Wait, it is. I read it. Am I the asshole? I'll
fire it up. Jump on Reddit? Hell yeah. Keen.
Oh,
Keen. Get that fucking dark mode on, man. What the fuck?
Fucking how? How, Noot? Settings. Okay. Oh, there it is. No, I see. Oh.
I'm just going to go over to the just chatting screen because you've put on some interesting things on stream. So I thought I'd just try and save you there.
Sorry.
Alright, I'm going to take a quick break. I'm trying, you know, we're not doxing Sci Guy today. Not today, at least. Maybe tomorrow. So yeah, I'll be back in 5.
Sorry about that.
That's all good, man. I'm on a different screen now, so.
But yeah.
Back in 5, and we'll judge some internet strangers. Damn it.
Agreed. Yeah, just message me when you're back.
That I shall do. I need to get some sound for that.
Okay. Is your camera gone off of Discord?
Oh, yeah, I turned it off of Discord. Sorry, my bad. I forgot to turn it back on. Hoot.
Just mean, frankly. Just naughty. It's maidenless behavior.
So, well, I like men, so.
What a unique save. Now what? Oh, I've got to capture it again because you of course. Well done. Thanks, Noot.
Sorry, I didn't think it would cook your capture. I thought it would just be an easy fix. I apologize. Next time I do this, I'll just stop the virtual camera instead. That way you don't have to recapture anything.
Yeah.
Or even better, I could just do this. Anyway.
Yeah. Let's get a bit of your face back, because
Me face?
yeah, it's like
Yeah, so I didn't mean to screw everything up. It's my fault. It's always Noot's fault.
yeah, like it's screwed up, frankly.
I am the asshole. Indeed, Borgalicious.
That should do.
I need to make a jingle. I need to make a jingle for my shooting with Noot.
Do you?
Apparently it's a thing. Ah, yeah. I'm making a jingle. It's happening. I'm leaning into it. Which just means I gotta do it more often.
What is going on with... What have you done?
All I did was turn it off and back on again, man. I don't know what to tell ya.
I don't know, mate. I don't know what to tell you.
Alright. I'm gonna pull up your stream and I'm gonna have a look at what you're looking at, because
No, it's fine. I'm just gonna resize everything, that's all.
I'm curious. What's going on?
And it's your fault. But that should be fine. You happy with
Damn it! I got here just as you'd resized everything.
Oh, like I had the tiniest little like slot where you could just see your eye and like you were tiny. I was like, what the fuck? Yeah. No, it's true. You don't have to go to you don't have to go to my stream. No one should be watching me. Everyone watches Noot. That's the real reason. We love Noot.
Noot's alright, I guess.
Yeah? Oh, I had that suck.
Actually, you know what? Noot sucks. He just popped off in my chat and he's not even watching. Icon.
Okay. Anyway, I'm thinking we do some
It's
Am I the
weird.
Asshole?
It's coming up in
time.
my chat as a fucking mod and not a broadcaster because I messaged it in your chat. I'm getting off of your stream now. This is getting too weird.
Oh. Well, it's
Especially
good,
considering my bot
ad
was
coming in 5 minutes. Perfect.
Fuck yeah, I love ads.
I love ads. They're just they're great.
Mine's coming in 18 minutes. Why didn't we sync our ads? That could have been hot.
Yeah. Ads are synced? Oh my god. So
Oh my god.
should we
We should sort this by best for the month and see what recent arseholism is going on.
I've got best. It just says best. Is that correct?
Is there a top? Is there a top in that list? Oh, that's not gonna do the thing, is it? Let me see if I can figure it out.
Yeah, it doesn't have like I've just got best, but
Yeah, it just says best. Oh yeah, in that list they should be top. Second from the bottom.
Oh, yep.
And then you
Top
can sort
for the
out
month?
for what. Yeah.
That first sentence.
Am I the asshole for not punishing my son for making fun of his sister for wetting her pants? Alright.
I don't need to click on this. I think I double clicked and it just picked this one. But we could go into it if you want. But
you've teased me now. I mean,
okay. Well,
apparently they've been ruled as the asshole.
He is the asshole.
That means that they've been ruled as the asshole.
Yeah. We could read this. It is just this. Obviously, we got it on the screen. I'm wondering if I should just zoom in a bit.
Now I can definitely read that better.
Yeah, I think that might be better there. What's all this? Can I get rid of this?
The tunes in my stream right now fly. What are you trying to get rid of?
Oh, like this. I was trying to hide this, but...
Yeah, I think that's just the sidebar for the subreddit.
All right. Well, I'll read this one then. We'll go for it. So he got rated the arsehole. So I guess what we can do is break it down and figure out if they're actually the arsehole.
See if we'll overturn the decision or not.
It could be the female, actually. Yeah, this is the female's perspective.
Could be.
So my husband, 40, male, and I, 38, female, have two amazing kids, 10, like the 10-year-old and a 7-year-old male, female. Our son's birthday was a couple of days ago, and the gift he was most excited to receive was the video game Dying Light. Oh, we're in. That's a good game, right? I haven't played it on my stream. Maybe I should.
I'm a fan of that game.
Yeah. He heard about it from a friend, Looting with Noot, on twitch.tv/Looting with Noot.
Do recommend.
I was really excited to try it out. It's a video game about zombies, and he loves anything zombie related. Awesome. Today he was playing the game in the living room when his sister came downstairs, and unfortunately she walked in during a pretty scary part. This part of the video game scared her so bad that she peed her pants. Okay. When her brother saw that she had peed her pants, he started laughing at her and said, "Ha ha, you peed yourself. You're a big baby." This seems like something that a kid would do. You know? Older brother to the sister. Went in and asked what was the matter and saw that that your daughter had wet herself. He asked her what happened, and she said there were scary monsters in the video game, probably volatiles. And her brother was playing, and they were so scary she started to
I'd
cry.
piss myself if the volatile showed up as well, to be honest.
Big baby. You'll wet your pants.
Stop! You haven't even played it. You don't even know.
It's true.
You don't even know what volatiles are. So fuck you.
I know exactly how dangerous volatiles are. I've played Dying Light 2 at night. Didn't play the first one though, but it's
you
probably
big baby.
I went in
Anyway,
and yeah.
Dying Light 1 better than Dying Light 2.
I then comforted her and took her upstairs to calm it down. Later, my husband came home from running an errand and asked what our daughter was so upset about. I explained what happened to him, and he asked what punishment I gave our son. I told him I didn't punish him. This made my husband very upset. He asked why I thought it was okay for a son to bully his sister. I said I didn't think it was a big deal, but he insisted otherwise. My husband has been very upset with me since and claims that I should have punished our son right then and there. But now since he didn't, he will look like the bad guy if he punishes him for making fun of his sister after the mum did nothing. So, am I the asshole? So they got rated an asshole. She got rated an asshole by the community on this. So basically, he's playing. The husband's too soft. This is interesting because I thought this was going to be a pretty easy one and done, but after reading that, I'm on the fence. So she wet herself because the game scared her, and then the son, who's 10, just said, "Ha ha, you peed your pants," and then she started crying. And then the mother didn't punish the son. Because she could have just gone scorched earth and said, you can't play that game now, it's too scary, and you know, full soft mode. She could have. Well, she could have got up him and said, don't make fun of her. She could have said that. It's like, don't make fun of your younger sister.
At the very least, I think the son should have been told not to. Not necessarily punished.
I don't think he should have been
because
punished.
That's
maybe the mum should have said
that is kid shit. And maybe she did. She hasn't said she did or didn't. We don't know that part of the story. But for me, if it was my situation, I know I'm not a parent, but I would probably say, you know, that's something we don't do. Don't make fun of her. You know, it's an embarrassing thing for a kid to do. But I don't think it's necessarily warranting punishment. That's kid shit. Just correct it and move on.
I think that's kid shit, to be honest. I mean, the mum could have just said, "Hey, don't make fun of your sister," and then went and dealt with the daughter, and then obviously calmed her down because the game's what scared her. She wasn't crying. I don't think she was crying, but
there is an edit here, and the first sentence of it says, "I apologize for letting it slide." I was going to scroll
down after we'd made an initial guess before we checked the edited, because sometimes the edited adds context, and I'm like, well, we would have read
it does.
Edited it.
The only reason I brought it up is because it added context to what I just said. Because she says, "I understand that it needs to be addressed," which tells me she didn't even bring it up with the kid.
Okay. Well, now I don't think she's the asshole here, but we're going to go through the edits and then see if it changes our mind.
I don't think she's the asshole for specifically not punishing the son.
Well, see, from this behavior, really the husband's just pissed off because of the timing now, because he wants to punish the son, but he can't because he's in a bad position because she didn't punish him initially, so now he's going to look like the bad guy if he tries to punish the son later on. So I understand where he's coming from, but really his issue is that he feels the need that he has to punish the son, where the things moved on.
Essentially, Borgie, it was just a case of kid playing Dying Light, scary thing happened, sister pissed herself, kid went, haha, you pissed yourself, you're a big baby. The mother did nothing about it and is getting flamed from the husband for not punishing.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, the mother calmed the daughter down for sure, but then the husband is flaming the wife for not punishing the kid for it.
Yeah, and it was a 10-year-old boy who said, haha, you peed your pants to his 7-year-old sister.
Wow. I didn't realize you let. I just fucking summarized it for you. God damn it.
But anyway, I don't think she's the asshole, but maybe the edits can change that. So the first edit, okay, I apologize to my husband for letting our son's mean comments slide. So she's apologized to the husband who's angry at her. Understand that it needs to be addressed. My husband and I are about to have a talk with our son about why what he did was wrong, and he needs to apologize to his sister. Many of you got the idea that I just wanted to make my husband do that on his own, but no, we're both going to talk to him. And to all the people saying I shouldn't let my son play the game, I knew someone was going to say it because I mentioned it. I mean,
it is R18.
Commenting if you want, and I might respond, but my son will still be allowed to play the game. Update, my husband and I talked to our son and explained to him how his sister was scared, and that's why she peed her pants. We asked him how he would feel if he was that scared, and she just made fun of him, and he said he'd feel bad, but he understood that he made her feel bad by making fun of her. He apologized to his sister for making fun of her, gave her a big hug, big kiss on the top of her head, and it said, jog on. Said it was sorry about the video game and that it scared her. Something we didn't even ask him to say. I mean, it's pretty much implied at that point while you're sitting him down and doing this whole thing. We all comforted. It means that he was obviously aware of it and thinking about it too, after the fact.
Of course.
We all comforted her and promised her she was safe and the monsters in the game weren't real. We told our son from now on he can only play the game in his room because it's too scary for his sister, and he understood. To make our daughter feel better, we made her favorite dinner, a breakfast for dinner, big batch of pancakes and peanut butter and hot maple. Yeah, just jack her up with fucking sugar and I don't know.
Buy her off with the hash browns.
Yeah, I don't know about that one.
I think that conversation with the son probably...
Well, I think that's weird behavior, like behavior reinforcement, because she was crying and stuff, and then the son apologized, like the brother apologized later on, but they're still rewarding her with something as well on top of that, and that can create a positive feedback loop for crying can equal I'll get a reward if something goes wrong.
Yeah, for sure.
It could be. I'm not saying that that's what's going to happen. I'm just saying that's the very early signs of like the positive reinforcement. It's what is it? Conditioned behavior. I think it's conditioned.
Yeah.
I think it's conditioned learning. I think it's like conditioned learning or behavior or something like that. Not saying that they're going to do it, but if this is what the parents did, it's like he already got she got the apology. They already went through it. She was already calmed down before the apology. Now she's getting an extra benefit. I don't know why I even went on that tangent, but I was like, it just reminded me of the conditioned learning concept, the framework. Anyway,
I think
sorry, Noot.
that conversation with the son probably should have happened immediately, if not very soon after the incident. Coming back the next day or whenever it was to have the conversation later is a bit of a fumble on the parents' part, my personal opinion.
Some of you thought I favored my son over his sister. I don't. I'm just like, I think just the mum just didn't think it was a big deal. I think she just made the judgment that the game scared her. And, you know, the whole mentality of, like, boys will be boys. He didn't attack her, or it doesn't sound like he pushed her over and attacked her and all that stuff. Obviously, that dynamic was, like, interesting enough how the mother reacted here. It tells me that this dynamic is likely common in the household. This wasn't an out-of-pocket. He never says that about, you know, to his sister. He never picks on her in that manner and all. Like, to her, it just seemed like it was, to me, it's telling me that's a normal behavior, a normal dynamic in the house. And she didn't think it was a threat or a big deal, because she did address the daughter and calm her down. And she didn't punish the son either, because it wasn't him who caused her to cry, it was the game. So, I'm still leaning towards that she's not an asshole, just trying to break down that idea, because I'm trying to look deeper into it. I don't think she's an asshole.
I don't think she's an asshole
she could've
necessarily.
Just said, hey, don't bully your sister, and then dealt with the sister, and that just should have been where
I think, personally, I think that should have been something mentioned to the kid immediately. But I don't think she's an asshole for not punishing the kid. I think it's a bit of a stretch.
I think so.
And like what you said, Borgie, like you said, you think that's punishment worthy? Punishment doesn't have to be a beating, but something like, well, you did the wrong thing, so no Xbox versus the Arvo. I don't even think it's punishment worthy. I think it's simply kid shit that you say, hey, we don't do that here. That, you know, and explain to the kid exactly what they did later. And the kid understood. And I think it's something that probably should have happened immediately or very, very soon. Yeah. But your take is also valid, Borgie. Like, that's the thing I was going to say is that
on here, people are going to have different opinions.
Yeah. And then there's no, you know, I don't think there's a correct way to raise your child. There are certainly wrong ways, but I don't think there's necessarily a correct way. Everyone's going to have different parenting styles, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I just think, in terms of, like, behavior management here, I'm just looking at this from a behavioral standpoint. As I said, the mum not reacting initially and reprimanding him, that to me just says that they have this dynamic in the house where sometimes, you know, the brother and the sister will just, you know, fling a comment here and there, and it just seems normal because they're just, that's like a bonding thing with family. You make fun of people that you love, sort of thing.
Yeah, I mean, I give my friends and family shit all the time.
Well, yeah, she didn't point out that, oh, my son has never said that before and never bullied her before, so am I the asshole for letting it slide? Like, she didn't say that. To her, it was normal behavior, which says to me that this behavior is a normal dynamic.
And if it is a normal dynamic, it's about... If it is a normal dynamic, I think it's about finding that line between banter and you know, meanness.
I think she should have just mentioned it when it happened. Just said, hey, don't bully your sister. She's obviously scared. And then that should have just been like all right, let's deal with the... But she mentioned something to him. That's what should have happened from my point of view. I don't think a punishment is warranted here. And I do think they slightly overcorrected with the daughter because they'd already resolved it. And then they also rewarded after the resolvement on top of that for some reason. And they also did it for their daughter and not the son.
Yeah.
So I just like, they overcorrected as my personal opinion. Because they'd made a big deal and sat the son down and was like, hey, 10-year-old, you can't do this. And then he apologized and went above and beyond. And then they still rewarded the daughter and not the son. They rewarded the daughter.
Kid shit evolves.
I don't know. I think it's just an overcorrect. I think it should have just ended when they sat him down and put him in that position where you got two parents. It's like the whole we need to talk, and then you're sitting in a room and you got, you know, your parents in front of you and they're just talking to you. You can just tell that the tension's there and you're just staring into the distance like, fuck, they're talking at me. I've done something wrong. It's a strange position to be in. You get put on the spot. You apologize as a 10-year-old to a 7-year-old. And then they overcorrected to the daughter and just went, and they doubled up again on that and rewarded her even more. And I'm like, I don't agree with that personally from a behavioral standpoint. But as I said, they're not my kids. I don't know the dynamic in the house. I'm just pointing out the initial dynamic and why the mum didn't respond in the first place. I'm just trying to get information off that. I don't think she's the asshole here.
On your point, Borgie, about kids shit evolves, it does. And I think that's a good point. but that's why I'm not saying let it go. I'm saying address it. Don't necessarily need to be punished because they addressed it with the kid and the kid understood. And then once you address it with the kid, if it happens again with no change, that's when punishment needs to be brought in, because obviously the kid doesn't understand and needs to understand. But I'm not saying just let it go and let it evolve into something that could potentially be toxic later on down the line.
you're
It
kind of
absolutely
mentioning
needed to be addressed.
You're mentioning the idea that there is a difference between addressing something as an adequate response to something and then punishment as separate. Like, punishment should be for something like if you've addressed it 3 times and they're still doing the behavior and tripling down, then should be
you can't just go, little Tibby, we don't do that here. If he's done it 17, that kid's taking the piss. And what you're doing isn't working.
The situation, you're reinforcing
Exactly.
the fact that there are no consequences.
Exactly.
Consequences are essentially how
Little
you set
Timmy
boundaries.
doesn't respect you, Carol. All right, fuck.
Yeah. I think that's a really good point.
yeah.
You can't address a situation like this without a punishment, because a punishment is normally reserved for like absolutely out of pocket stuff. Like, for example, as I said, she didn't make a mention that this is weird that he never bullies her, and decided to bully her. Then maybe you should step in and be like,
conversation.
Hey, we do this, so don't do this.
The conversation, as per the story, worked with the kid. I just personally think the conversation should have happened on the day of the incident, rather than having to be told by the husband that, hey, we should probably. That's a fail on my part.
I think.
From my opinion, rather, on my part, I'm not the kid's mum.
Yeah. I think just for her, the dichotomy, not the dichotomy, but just, the perception of it was that it just wasn't abnormal behavior, and that's why she didn't address it initially, because there was nothing abnormal going on, and that's why she missed it,
Which could potentially be, telling of bigger issues if that's the case.
Yeah, of course. Like, absolutely. This is just stuff like behavioral tendencies and teaching this stuff, like teaching routines, are very, they're always dynamic and evolving. They are always evolving, and it does matter depending on the dynamic in the house. Like, for example, if you had just 2 daughters and not a boy and a girl. Or if you had no father in the house and it was a single mother household, or a single father household and you had 2 daughters and, they're going through stuff that maybe the mother should be around to help them with. Like, there are different dynamics and dichotomies that can exist in behavioral preparation, just like setting up routines and whatnot. And so all these factors have to be taken into account. It's like not one size fits all. But yeah, because people are different, man. So that was an interesting one. I think overall verdict though, Noot, is she the arsehole?
I don't think for what the question actually was, I will say no. She's not the
arsehole
arsehole for not punishing her son.
I agree. I don't think there's enough here to say that she's an arsehole. I don't think so.
No, I agree. I was going to say that, Borgie, he'd probably have fun doing it.
Okay. What the hell is not the
I don't know what poo mode.
I don't
know what poo mode is.
So let's just go through some titles.
How do I find out?
My husband will invite his family and friends over without telling me until that day, so last minute, and then expects me to clean, run to the store, and prep/cook everything. Finally decided to leave the house the last time he told me, because I only had 4 hours till their arrival. He cancelled. So that's that one. Am I the asshole for not stopping my teenage son's girlfriend from kissing him? What?
What was that one, sorry? For not stopping my teenage son's girlfriend from kissing him?
Yeah.
Okay.
Am I the asshole for not disclosing that I am not Christian? I feel like there's got to be a story to that. Am I the asshole for my... oh yeah, you go, sorry.
I was just about to say, I have figured out, or rather discovered what poo mode is.
Go on.
So, poo mode. Starting this month, this is 2 years ago in the I Am the Arsehole subreddit. Starting this month, you might notice some posts labelled with proctologists only orifices, or poo mode for short. This is a new flair that will be applying to posts with a high volume of rule-violating comments that will restrict participation to only trusted community members. This will also apply to all posts more than a week old. So
this got
it's basically locking the post. Yeah, it's basically locking the post out for anyone who's not vetted by the sub. Some posts attract a disproportionate volume of rule-breaking comments, and it doesn't feel fair to all the other posters to spend so much of our effort moderating that single post. We've tried printing reminders of the rules, but many inevitably lead to a lock, which is a poor experience for everyone having a conversation within that post. So, yeah, trust the community members, basically, only. Promoters.
Okay. So basically, it got pretty spicy in the comments.
That, or if it's more than a week old.
Okay. Yeah, 6 days? Sure. So there is that one.
I want to know about that Christian one. I reckon we could have a couple of discussions about that.
They're not the a-hole, apparently, but that's... what do you... I need to know the
That's
context
a couple
as
of
to why that would be a
non-God-fearing
problem.
atheists. Yeah, I'm diving in.
Alright, so we want in?
Oh, you want to? Do you want me to read this one?
Yeah, go for it. Are you reading off of your own screen or mine?
Yeah, I'm following you down the line on my
go
own,
for it.
my
You
own
can just
screen.
read through and I'll scroll as you go, yeah.
Alrighty. Borgie's question: am I the arsehole for being a rectal sphincter? Yes. Decidedly so.
I've never heard a more qualifying fucking...
Legit. Alright. Am I the arsehole for not disclosing that I am not Christian? To preface this, I do commissioned artwork and don't discriminate against any subject unless it's racist, homophobic, or otherwise hateful or sexually disturbing. I did a commissioned art piece with Christian iconography, a beautiful ornate cross, a saint, and scripture in calligraphy. The client was happy with my work, paid me, and then asked me what my favorite scripture was. I was honest and just said, oh, I don't really have one because I'm not a Christian and wouldn't really know which ones I'd like. He became upset and told me that he felt lied to because I have posted artwork of Christian subjects before, and he assumed I would be Christian. He said the art doesn't hold the same spiritual value because it wasn't made with a faithful intention. I was kind of unsure of what to say. I said, I'm sorry you feel that way, but I do artwork for everyone, and I'm open to doing Christian artwork because it's for the client, not for me. Should I be disclosing if I don't share a certain faith when commissioned to do art? Am I the arsehole?
That's an interesting one. So essentially, they were making Christian artwork-based iconography stuff, ornate crosses stuff. But they were dabbling into the Christian world and selling artwork that way. They're just not Christian.
They're being commissioned. They're being commissioned to make Christian themed works, but they are not Christian themselves.
I mean, not an arsehole. This
No,
just comes down to just the person just having an issue with someone else's faith. Has nothing to do with
Exactly.
the artwork overall.
This particular person that commissioned the artwork seems to me that they would have a problem if the person serving their hamburger. It's the same thing.
Well,
You're paying someone for a service.
They're giving me the vibe of commissioning artwork because they're faithful and they have faith, and they're commissioning artwork thinking that the person who's handling Christian artwork and pieces like that are also faithful, because it's that whole concept, right? We want a faithful piece of artwork, and if it's made by someone who's also Christian, then it comes with it that aura of belief that went into it as well. And because it was made by someone who doesn't believe, they feel like the piece of the piece of artwork that they ordered through faith, because they obviously got Christian-based stuff, doesn't have that faithfulness behind it anymore.
I can understand that.
And I'm like, I get where they're coming from here, but as I said, that's a personal show of their own faith overlapping onto somebody
100%.
else.
So it's up to them to do their due diligence to find out if the person they're commissioning artwork from shares the same faith. But also, by that logic, they should be checking where their Bibles are being printed. And by who?
Yeah. It's like when you just have to swear on the Bible to give a statement in court. Does the person who is holding the Bible asking you the oath, do they have to be religious, or does the oath not count? Like, it just, like, where do we draw the line on who can handle Christian iconography stuff?
Exactly.
And who can't? Like, where do we draw that line? Because what if you're asking the person to take the oath, so help you God sort of concept, but the person doesn't believe in God in the first place. So they could just lie and say, sure, and then lie on the stand, like, and do perjury and all that. Like, at what point do we draw the line and just go, well, why are we even asking people who aren't faithful? Because it's not going to work on them. Yeah. Because they're not faithful. So of course they're not going to care if they swear to God. And so, yeah, it's like just people who are, it sounds like he's got an issue with having something specifically Christian-based because he's a faithful person and he was getting something made because of that faith, and it was made by someone who doesn't have faith at all. And so the item, as I said, just doesn't have that faithful aura about it, that faithful origin. It's like the person who created the person who commissioned, Jesus's robe or something, but they weren't Christian. And so it's not going to have that religious artifact purity behind it. It's not going to be a pure artifact. It was just made by a person who didn't believe in Christianity.
Yeah.
And Jesus wore it once. I think that's where he's coming from, because he's looking at it from a faithful perspective, not a materialistic perspective.
I'm sifting through the comments, and I'm looking for downvoted ones because I'm a bit like that. There's this one that's received like 23 downvotes, which says not the arsehole, but as a Christian, I can kind of understand where he is coming from. However, he should have asked you if you're Christian, if that was a concern for him, before he commissioned a piece from you.
Yeah.
And he's been downvoted to the shithouse. And the comment under him says, it's crazy seeing comments like yours being downvoted. I'm an atheist, but it's very clear that some of you guys being downvoted to hell are just saying, yeah, makes sense to want art based on personal inspiration, but that's the buyer's fault, which is exactly what we're saying.
Yeah. I'm wondering too if it just comes down to the movement, especially because if this is American, there's also the movement of the new wave of Christians, of believers who go to church, where I go to church, but they pick and choose the things they want to believe in because they simply use religion as a buffer for their shit behavior and their shit attitude to say, well, God forgives me and all this stuff, and so then they go and do stuff.
Yeah.
Like, well, I'm made in the eyes of God, therefore I can go and do this debauchery action or something. And so they use that to just fuel their shit attitude because they're like, well, I believe in God and he made me the way I am, and yada yada yada. So there is like that muddying of people who believe in religion just for the sake of using it as a crutch. So
yeah,
I think that's maybe he's coming on strong, by the way, because the fact that she doesn't believe, and he's like, but I just had something made that's Christian based because of my values, but so I thought that you'd be religious too, and then maybe that also led into his crash out essentially, where he's like, fucking, you got to be kidding me, you should state that before touching anything that's Christian based, that you're making something that's iconography too, like you're making something iconic, but you're not Christian. And I can see why that might bother him, and then, yeah, because you're doing something that's specifically religious and religious-based, and so it's like, well, faith would come into play because that's what religion is. It is faith at its core. And so to have someone get involved and make some iconography stuff, and really specific details based in Christian lore, and then, you're not Christian at all, or you have no faith in it at all, for someone who is, I can see where he's coming from on that aspect, but also, as I said, I don't think she's the arsehole here. I'm just trying to see it from his perspective.
Even if you do see it from his perspective, he still should have asked her first. Being upset at her for not being Christian is ridiculous. He didn't ask her. And she wouldn't just have Christian works. She would also have non-Christian works. So by the same logic, an atheist could assume she's an atheist because she's got non-Christian work. And if I found out she was Christian, I'd be upset about it because of my personal lack of belief. It's the same stupid logic. It's fair enough if you want something made by someone who shares your faith, but it's up to you to find that person.
Yeah. I think that's it. Obviously, he thought that they believed in it, hence asking, what's your favorite scripture, and then just kind of going, oh, I don't believe in any scripture.
Never assume, bro.
And then, yeah, I guess that just kind of like backhanded him a little bit in terms of... And I'm like, yeah, but you can't also just go into this assuming, it's like, do I have to be a Christian in order to work on a Christian piece? Like a Christian involved topic? Do I have to be a Christian to have a say on the Bible?
I found a few comments from Christians saying, as a Christian, I understand the way this man did this is wrong, and he's stupid and should have asked you. And they're getting downvoted to shithouse. I feel like it's just that it's getting downvoted by people who go, they're a Christian, downvote them.
Well, religion, as I said, is very dividing. Very dividing.
Some people on principle downvote things. If you say you're a Christian, you get downvoted from the atheists, and vice versa, just because in certain places in this world it's an incredibly divisive topic. But anyway. Yeah.
Because what are you? Like, your religious stance, like in terms of, are you a believer?
I can't, this is going to sound funny, but I cannot in good faith say I'm a believer.
Yeah, I'm considered essentially an atheist, but as an atheist, I don't have any issue with people who believe in religion at all. I don't. There's nothing wrong with them.
I think I'd be considered an atheist as well. Like, I'm not. It's like I don't. It's weird. 'Cause I used to say I was agnostic, but I'm not. I'm not against the possibility of some higher power or something existing, but that doesn't necessarily mean I believe that one does. So I feel like I'm probably on the atheist side of that line, if that makes sense.
Yeah, you're probably close. Yeah, you're probably sliding towards atheist, but you couldn't be an atheist. You're probably more agnostic, only because you're still open to the idea that it could exist. Therefore,
yeah, I'm
atheism is
open-minded.
like-
I'm open-minded to the idea that something like that could exist. Whether I actually believe it does is a different question. That's why I say I cannot, in good faith, say that I believe.
What's like? I'll just try and get an actual. Give me the actual definition of atheism. Did I spell that right? Holy hell, I did.
Yes.
So atheism is the absence of belief in the existence of any gods. So yeah, I guess Dev, you're leaning, yeah. Disbelief or lack of belief in the existence, yeah. The lack of belief or a strong disbelief in the existence of a god, yeah. Atheism is a position that affirms no deities exist. Yep.
See, I've just pulled up the
But see,
agnostic definition.
Agnostic still fits your descriptive a lot, because you still have an open-minded view that the existence of them is still unknown or unknowable. They still could exist. It doesn't mean that you don't believe in them at all. It doesn't say you do.
Well, it's weird. It's like I'm open to the possibility of it, right?
Yeah.
I guess. But I'm just not sure if I've exactly landed on a spot, because I just don't really know if I can say that it's. I wouldn't agree that it's not knowable that they can't exist. You know what I mean?
I think you're here. Which you can still say you're an atheist. So for sure, I think you're there.
Lack of evidence is probably I'll pay that one.
Yeah, doesn't automatically mean that
Definitely not a
no
believer,
gods
though.
can exist. But yeah, just the idea.
I don't believe the Christian God exists. That's not to say that something doesn't.
Yeah, I don't think any gods exist personally. I don't think any do. Any higher
They
powers
probably
do.
don't. They likely probably don't.
But I'm
But,
not
I'm
against
just,
religion for believing it. That's why. It's just because the
Oh, of
history of
course not.
religion is just it just suddenly shows up out of nowhere, and I have to think about it as like
I'm-
when we judge something, we don't judge a COVID epidemic compared to today's society. We compare it to when it was going on in 2020, 2018, when it was at its
Yeah.
peak. We compare it to what society was then. And so when I talk about religion just getting written, I'm like, what were the people's intelligence like? What was the environment or the cultural, the social dynamics like? Who existed
The
during
state
that
of
time
the level of
and-
science.
yeah, I got to try and put my mind in my mind in their own head based on the world they were living in at the time and what would make sense or what sounds like it would be logical to happen. Like the idea that the bulk of people were absolute garbage peasants. And then the fact that how many of them could read. So if someone suddenly shows up and says they've had a divine intervention, or they've spoken with a god and they've got all these commandments, who can fact check that?
Yeah.
Just ideas like that, or when they write a book or scripture and say, well, the Lord told me this was true, and I'm like, but how? Because back then it was like, just take it on faith. And that's why I don't...
It was not boogie.
And that's why...
The question is, what is your favorite scripture? The only one that I can recall with any kind of memories is in the beginning of Genesis, there is about 6 or so pages of this person begat that person, begat that person, begat that person. So I'm going to submit that as my answer, Your Honor.
I still don't have one because I honestly just can't recall any scripture. I have read the Bible.
That's where I'm at. I tried. I didn't get very far.
I
I
didn't
got
remember.
6
remember
pages
anything.
into John begat Matthew begat Timothy. I'm like, oh, okay, cool. I'm out. I
Yeah,
wanted
you
to
can't
read
read-
Revelations though, because I heard that's when the cool shit happens.
The Old Testament, that's where the action is, man. God was
It's
hands-on.
not, man. Genesis is the fucking Old Testament, and it might get better later on. I don't know. I couldn't get past chapter 1.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. It's not a bad science fiction book.
Question for ChatGPT: how much wood could a woodchuck chuck if a woodchuck could chuck wood?
I'll just see if it actually tries to do a breakdown on it.
I hope it does.
The eternal question. According to science, yes, someone actually studied this? A wildlife expert named Richard Thomas calculated that if a woodchuck could chuck wood, it might chuck approximately 700 pounds of wood. Someone studied this! That's based on the amount of dirt a woodchuck typically moves when digging a burrow, then converted into woodchucking potential. Woodchucking potential is written down in a scientific journal somewhere. Because apparently this is what happens when a scientist gets bored and has access to a calculator.
That's kind of hilarious.
Well, I mean, this is the more important thing. It's approximately 700 pounds of wood, if you're curious. 700 pounds is heavy. There's no way a woodchuck could chuck 700 pounds of wood. Wait, do they mean in one go? Hang on.
No, I think they mean when they're digging a burrow, they move the pounds of in dirt.
Yeah, I think it's like overall when they. I don't think 700 pounds in one throw. Let's clear the chucking confusion. Oh, good.
It's not in one go.
700 pounds is not in one go, but rather the total amount of a woodchuck could theoretically chuck over the course of digging one standard burrow. Okay, so it is just the scientific breakdown of how much it could theoretically chuck. As I was starting, yep. They dig burrows of up to 35 feet long. That's long. They move around 700 pounds of soil while doing so.
Pretty impressive, right?
If they could chuck wood like they move dirt, they chuck 700 pounds. Yeah, okay. TLDR, woodchuck would not hurl 700 pounds of logs like a furry cannon. Wait, furry? Fury. No, it's furry, because fury is 1R.
It is
Fucking
furry.
English language, bro.
A furry
It's
cannon.
just a cumulative volume over time, not all at once. Want to go deeper and calculate it by day or per hour? I could build the woodchuck chuck rate trademark. I'm done. I'm done with this. We're done. We're moving on. Ask ChatGPT which came first, chicken or the egg? Oh, there's no way it would have a scientific answer, right? It'd just be a hypothesis.
Capitalize it. Chicken or egg?
I just control-copied from the... I'm not even bothering to type it. The ancient riddle, chicken or egg? Did we go philosophical, evolutionary, breakfast-based? Let's do all three.
Breakfast-based?
Evolutionary science says the egg came first, because birds evolved from reptiles long before chickens existed. Other animals laid eggs. Eventually, a non-chicken bird laid an egg containing a mutation that created the first true chicken. So technically, a non-chicken laid a chicken egg. The chicken hatched, and then the chicken begins its evolutionary chain. So the egg wins by a beak? The philosophical brain twist depends on if you're asking which physically existed first, the egg, which conceptually matters more, the chicken as the egg's purpose. Okay, it's a paradox apparently. Darwin's crew would say evolution is not a circle, it is a timeline. Breakfast vote. Scrambled, egg wins. Fried chicken, chicken wins. Chicken and egg roll, society wins. What a weird...
Why the fuck is ChatGPT trying to sass us?
Final answer, the egg came first, but the
chicken has better PR.
Better PR.
What the fuck is this goddamn chatbot, man? Jesus Christ.
This
is the tool. This is the tool that you using to help you with your psychology. And it's sassing the fuck out of us.
I had to use it to test it and practice with
it's sassing us. I'm going to Google's one. Gemini. And I'm going to be like, why is ChatGPT sassing me?
We could.
Why does ChatGPT sass me? It's interesting that you feel ChatGPT is sassing you. While it's designed to be helpful and generally neutral, there are several reasons why you might be as sassy. Anthropomorphism. As humans, we have a natural tendency to attribute human-like qualities, intentions, and emotions to non-human entities, including AI.
I'd fund
Confidence versus reliability hallucination? What the fuck?
egg, baby. It's got to be the egg. I mean,
What to do?
like evolution-wise, for sure, right?
Assassins you. Be explicit with your desired tone. I'm out of here.
Chicken can't possibly come first. I mean, in terms of evolution, I guess that would make sense, right? It can't come first. It would likely have been a mutation or evolutionary different, like a chain that branched off from other egg-laying species that just became similar over time as they like towards like a chicken line, and so eventually a chicken had hatched. Because it's not like you just wake up one day and suddenly there's a chicken and it's starting to lay eggs. Like animals don't just come out of fucking nowhere like that. Surely they just show up. My video was ready.
What the fuck is this?
Well, I asked Gemini to create authentic Skyrim gameplay with the correct HUD, and that's what it's created. I should have been more specific.
I mean, it's not wrong.
Looting with Noot. Cart wheeling into the streamer side of the ice face. Is that correct?
What the
I don't think this is gonna make this video. It's gonna show two different random people, surely. It won't, because we're not big enough to know. Like, it doesn't know who the fuck we are. I don't even know if we're gonna get a cartwheel. I fucking doubt we're gonna get a cartwheel.
Can you zoom in before you press play? Please?
Oh shit, yeah, sorry, I forgot that I don't use this.
Thank you.
Sorry, I said the streamer looting with Noot cartwheeling into the streamer the Shy Guy's face. I don't think
It didn't come at you with the whole, we can't use real people, so maybe Gemini's is better than fucking chat, I don't know.
I mean, for authentic Skyrim gameplay, kind of wild. Don't know why it's got like Bleak Fall Barrow and what is this?
I mean, it did pretty well considering.
I think I only gave it one little tiny sentence. If I actually broke this down, apparently you can get some pretty accurate stuff if you really give it a full thing.
Ask ChatGPT why Noot doesn't play Sons of Calradia for. Yeah, that's me.
What the fuck?
See, this is accurate because Sci Guy's all screaming at me,
That's a
and I'm
wild
obviously
cartwheel. That cartwheel's
a
not
chick
real.
with green hair.
She's doing
It's not even a cartwheel.
trick. It's an illusion, dude.
I am going through an illusion playthrough in Skyrim right now.
This is...
I love that the dude's wearing a Sci Guy the Shy Guy shirt though.
Is he? No, he's not.
Yeah, have a look. Yeah, he is. He legit is.
So that means you're the chick with the green hair.
I know. That's why I said I'm obviously a chick with green hair. She's the one doing the cartwheel. Of course, I'm the chick.
Yeah, but it's just...
Well, cartwheel.
I should have specified. I should have been more specific. This is the weirdest fucking cartwheel I've seen. It's what an illusion. The transition is seamless. The more I look at it, the more I'm concerned. I won't lie.
Can you ask it to play it in like half speed? I wonder if it will.
Huh. I don't think I can.
Just like ask it to play it in half speed. See if it'll re-render it in half speed. Gimli cartwheeling into Dara Dixon. That's funny.
I wonder if it'll do it. Because often when you try to get an AI to like repeat something, yeah, it's going to generate a new one. But it's like often when you get an AI to generate something, they run it off a separate seed. So when they make one thing, then they have to create a new seed to try and replicate the thing they just made, and then that's why you don't get the same thing back. there's going to be a small change here or there. And I'm like, why does it function like that? Why are you? Also, I just noticed I typed, can you play that back in half the speed in the description of the video? So it's going to make a video based on that sentence, and I am concerned.
I'm here for it. Let's do it. I am waiting with bated breath.
Gotta ask. Why don't it look like he was trying to kiss him? Like, why?
I mean, I don't know, man.
Look, he even looks at his lips too. Like he's looking down. He's like, I know where I'm heading. See?
Well, this needs to be my next segue, side guy. We've been housemates for a few years, and I think we get married.
So anyway, this was an experiment. This was a thing. Should we go back to reading something?
Sure. Borgie wants you to ask it to make Gimli cartwheel into Daryl Dixon.
Yep. Can you make a highly detailed
Oh God.
Gimli
Oh God. No.
cartwheeling into... I'm just gonna control copy. Oh, cartwheeling into a highly detailed Daryl Dixon.
I really hope that this video takes like half an hour to render, and it's the best thing I've ever seen.
I said highly detailed because I'm just like, let's add something to it, you know? Like, let's see if we can get high detail, because there are people have like made videos that you almost couldn't even tell were fucking made by AI, and it's because they give it like a huge like set of instructions to do. So the more specific you are, the better. Because I sent you a picture of the might have been Asmongold when he was looking at all the fucking AI rendered videos where they're like, I'm AI. And I'm like, I almost couldn't tell.
That was kind of
wild.
wild.
Actually scary how good it was.
Give me shredding on an axe-shaped guitar while Daryl Dixon beatboxes behind him.
Well, we'll see how accurate this one is first, because I asked for highly detailed versions of both of them. Oh, God. You son of a bitch! You found a loophole!
Oh, that's fucking hilarious. Gemini's a funny guy.
I said highly detailed and it went nothing more detailed than painted figurines. Son of a bitch. It found a fucking loophole. Also, that's not even Gimli. They don't even look like each other, right? And who's the third person in the back? This almost looks like a Robot Chicken sketch.
I can't. Fucking hell.
What the fuck? It found a really good loophole. I sure. Okay, hang on. What was the other one? Gimli shredding on an axe-shaped guitar while Daryl Dixon beatboxes behind him. Well, okay.
Just copy and paste that whole. Yep, that's the way.
That's I am not taking any chances. I know we're supposed to be Am I the Asshole, but I shouldn't have played it. Like I was like, hey, let's get like Skyrim authentication while because you were going through.
I didn't even know Gemini did videos, man.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to go back to Gemini and have some fun. It's like, yeah.
It processed it pretty quickly. I was like, I want to see this highly detailed. The fact it picked a figurine, I thought, fucking, that was really clever. That really shocked me. That was really clever. This has been a good vibe stream, man. I've enjoyed
Yeah, I've
it.
had fun. It's been good.
It's Friday, so it's kind of wild. All the usual suspects haven't even shown up. Alright, video's up. That's Gimli. and Daryl Dixon. Is that, if you played that on guitar, would that actually sound like something?
Yeah, it would. I mean, for an AI-generated video, it doesn't look like the most horrendous guitar playing I've ever seen rendered, to be honest.
So I was looking at it because the thing is, I'm not a super duper good
also
guitar player.
very
but
good question,
The chords
Borgie.
look pretty good. They look playable. Why the fuck is he playing pads with drumsticks? I don't fucking know, man. I don't know.
You gotta give it credit. When he hits the pads a bit harder, it moves. You gotta give it credit for that, at least. Also, they've nailed the, you know, band practice in your mum's fucking lounge room aesthetic.
I agree. They've nailed that. I'm trying to look at the picture on the wall behind him. I'm not sure what that is.
Someone in a toga standing in front of a full moon.
Yeah. This is... It's weird because I end up watching this for so long and I don't know why.
It's any kind of a vibe with the music that I got on at the moment. It's nice.
Yeah. Okay, well, hang on. I got an idea. I'm using Google Gemini to make a video.
It's gonna be like, you're cheating on me.
What
What should I make?
could I...
You're gonna make AI make AI?
Yeah, a super... hang on. What prompt gonna do to make an exact rendition of what was asked? Great question. If you're using Google Gemini, especially the Pro, Pro was free for a month, so that's why it's up there. And you want to get the exact rendition of a prompt, like how much is it really gonna go the woodchuck route? Strong structured prompt formula. So you'd have to give it something like this. Okay, hang on. What if could you make a prompt based on, and then yeah, can you make prompt to get the best accurate video based on? Oh, hell yes.
It's
Go for
excited.
chaotic multiverse masterpiece energy to get the best possible result.
Let less fucking affirmation chat GPT, just give us the source.
So this is the prompt.
Can we go on full meta? Fucking Zuckerberg would be proud.
I guess we'll do that. I guess we'll try this first, right?
Just fucking,
Sure.
yeah, post that whole shit in there. Gemini's about to have a fucking aneurysm, man.
Yeah, do you want me to get rid of like all these little symbols and sigils? I don't know.
Leave
if
him in. Let's see what happens. Let's see if it
Let's leave it in.
recognizes its
We're
brother.
basically getting, we're getting an AI to... Okay.
Let's see if it recognizes its brother.
Something. Oh, I've reached my video
Reached your
generation
video
limit.
generation
Oh,
limit
no.
until the 7th.
I had it. No, is it free? Do you have a 1 month free? Until
Does
June
ChatGPT
7th.
not do?
I got 1 day. I've got 1 day. It's
That
I get a
sucks.
certain amount of vids per day, apparently. I didn't know. It didn't tell me you already got last video now. Okay, so here's the backup.
That's shit.
Can you make
Can you do it?
videos? Kinda. Here's the most honest breakdown of what I can and can't do. What you can do: generate images or frames, you can stitch together into a video. What I can't do directly... Okay, so I can't actually just make like a straight up video. It can give me pictures and stuff. What AI has free vid generation? Let's see if we can find like an alternative. The Pika Labs. Free, fast, stylized video from text or images. Wait, really? Limited daily generations. We only need one. I've got a prompt. Oh, I've got to sign in and stuff.
Warrior's got it, apparently. You can send the prompt to him.
Oh yeah, if you've got it. I reached my character limit of 500, so I have to do it in Discord. I was hiding my screen because I'm logging into some stuff. Man, I really wanted to see that. I won't lie. So I'll sign into this because I just want to try this, and then maybe like Saborgi can get that.
Let me know when you're good. Are you finished signing in and shit?
Yes.
Because yeah,
So,
you gotta let me know
I've
because I got
seen
your screen up as well.
Yeah, my screen should be up now. It should be there.
Yeah, I was saying I had to disappear because I was going to just chatting screen because I can still see your screen while you were doing.
Oh, I gotcha.
So just give us a fair warning next time so I can click off. I've got a fucking sensor button. I should have just pressed that. Oh well. That's the whole reason I got the sensor button.
For this. So Borgie's gonna do the Gemini one. I'm gonna use this one. And I've seen these in shorts. I've seen this Pika one before, where they do like the realistic version of like cartoon characters when it has that like visual change.
Yeah.
That's what all these videos looked like. So I think that's what was going on there.
Are you
Hi,
generating one
Command,
currently?
right now. It's currently making one apparently.
Can you zoom in for us? Jeez.
It's currently making one here, but it's high demand. And we sent an AI prompt to the AI. That's why I want to test it. Like, we're sending AI prompts to the AI, and we ask the AI to give us the most, like, how do we get the most accurate rendition of insert thing here? And they gave us a script. So we're gonna have to just float around while this happens. Because it'll probably take time, right? So, should we read a story while we wait?
Yeah, I'm keen.
Okay, so this person got rated an asshole.
What the fuck? I was just looking at that one.
Yeah.
What?
Am I the asshole?
Are you out of your mind?
Of all the times to get a raid. When I'm looking at this.
Hi, Jenny. I hope your stream was well. That's almost English.
We're occasionally swapping back to wait for that video. Hopefully you're doing well, Jenny. Really weird to get a raid from you. It's not able to make the video from the mobile, but you'll boot up the laptop when you go back inside. It's good. Hopefully your stream went well, Jenny. Actually, Jenny, one thing I do.
That's what I was trying to say.
Jenny, I've got to get some Monster Train 2 advice from you because you seem like a really good player, so I need to know. Because you're never live when you finish? That's true. It's true. You know, you got me there. Pitamatic, how you doing? Monster Train 2? Yeah, I've been playing a lot of Monster Train 2. And I'm just trying to find, like, really broken combos and stuff. I found a couple of them, but you don't always get the combos you want when, you know, you get fuck all. Sometimes they just give you absolute garbage, and you just have to find a way to win. But yeah, if you can help, Jenny, that would be great. You got Covenant 10 last night, finished all Portal stuff. Yeah, yeah, just help me with all of that, you know? Just help us out. Good tips and tricks and stuff.
Your secrets.
But I'll take any help, Jenny, for sure. Just message me on Discord with some tips and tricks or something. I I want to do this because I got rated an asshole because supposedly are they the asshole for making their sisters gender reveal cake gray because she wouldn't tell the gender? Well, then how would you have made it pink or blue, right? Do you want to read it, Noot?
Sure. So I, 23 meters, bake as a hobby, and I'm actually pretty good at it. Like, I get paid under the table for weddings and baby showers, kind of good. My sister is pregnant and wanted me to make the cake for her gender reveal. Cool, no problem. I asked her to send me the info so I could prep the inside classic pink or blue filling, and she says, oh no, I want to be surprised too. Just make it neutral for the reveal and we'll all find out together. I was like, huh? So you want a gender reveal cake with no gender reveal? She says she'll have someone email the info to me later. That someone never did. Deadline comes and I still have no gender. So I make the cake. It's grey inside, grey outside. Just full-on cement vibes. I even added a little fondant. I even added little fondant clouds for effect. It still tasted great, but visually grim as hell. The reveal day comes. They cut into it, and my sister looks pissed. Her husband is confused. People start murmuring. Then she pulls me aside like, why would you make it grey? That's so passive-aggressive. Calmly, I reminded her that no one told me the gender. I literally had no data to work with. I told her that I wasn't about to guess or go full improv on someone's baby cake. Now, my mum says I embarrassed her in front of the family and that I should have tried harder. Tried harder to do what? Summon the gender through vibes? So, am I the arsehole for making the most neutral reveal cake in history?
I'm gonna say, I love what they said.
No,
vibes. I was about to say when she said grey inside and outside. I went, damn, it's almost like a tombstone.
It's
Rip
a freaking cinder block.
Just a cement vibes. Just a cement block. And it was like, it tasted great.
Bro, honestly.
Bad. So hang on a second. How did they get rated an
They got rated an asshole.
There's no way.
There's no way.
What?
So I'm thinking we're all on the same page, right? Not an asshole.
Well, okay, there is an edit, so read the edit first, then we'll go through the comments and see if the comments bring anything up.
Edit. I actually did follow up, asked her a couple days before the reveal if it had been. She just said something like, yeah, someone's taking care of it. I figured it was handled. I didn't want to pester her since she seemed chill about it at the time.
So I think the asshole part is coming about because people are likely going to say she should have followed up, and then if she didn't have the gender still, why even make the cake in the first place? Because you didn't have the gender, which means you don't have the information you need to make the cake. I, on the other hand, am thinking she actually did follow up. It looks like twice. Followed up in the story, and then followed up and asked a couple days before the reveal if the info had been sent, and her sister said, yeah, someone's taking care of it.
So there is a comment here that says, you're the asshole. Why didn't you tell her you never received the OP said, I actually did. I told her when I dropped it off. I never got the email and didn't want to risk guessing wrong. She just kind of brushed it off in the moment, like it wasn't a big deal until she cut into the cake, and suddenly it was a big deal.
Yeah. You're the one making the cake. If you can't do it because you don't have the relevant information, that's on you. Be pushy or cancel the job. Come on now, at least you could have made the cake white instead of grey. That was passive-aggressive. I mean, that's a weird comment. It's just weird because they focused on the colour. It's like, you could have made it white.
Yeah.
Like, it's not a fucking wedding.
No,
gender reveal.
But the cake was grey, right? We don't know what type of cake it was, but in my experience, most cakes aren't grey.
Yeah, but grey was neutral. That's what she was trying to make. I guess you could say
okay, that's a good point
because she made it grey on purpose. You could say she
that is
made
a good point. But she did say she wanted neutral.
Yeah,
that is a good point. That is a very good point. If you're going into it with the idea that I need to change the look of this cake and I need to make it neutral, grey is the perfect color choice. I'll give OP that.
Yep, and they did say that they wanted it neutral.
Beige is also a good option. Purple. Like a nice shade of purple when you put pink and blue together, so it's like it's a blurl or a goy.
Yeah, it's a blurl. But I mean, they cut through it and they did the reveal and it's grey, and then I mean that was the reveal, right? The reveal was, hey,
I feel like this situation was handled poorly by a few people, but I don't think OP's the arsehole.
I don't think OP is an asshole for this. I don't think so, because they followed up. they did follow up.
Yeah.
And they were getting told, no, the gender's being taken care of, you'll know. And then when the time came of it, they were like, okay, well, I'll just make a neutral fucking cake. And grey is neutral, which they did ask for a neutral cake. So I guess you could say maybe passive-aggressive, but I don't think they're an arsehole in this case. Mismanagement
even when they
on both
followed
ends.
up, even when they followed up with the sister set on the day, this is what the story is. It's a grey cake. They rushed it off and then acted pissed off when they got into it.
So wrong answer, Dyer. He asked multiple times, but the sis refused to divulge the information. Honestly, the information was, well, hang on. The sister kept saying that the information's being sent. Don't you worry. It's all organized. He took the word for it for twice. And when it came to it, I guess that's why he was like, well, fuck you. You fucking lied to me. So I have a neutral ass cake that looks like cement. And I like the added touch in the comment where he said, by the way, cake tasted great. And I'm like, I bet it did. It's like you wanted a neutral cake and you kept saying I was going to get the information. And also, I reckon he would have got flamed anyway if we look at this. Because imagine him showing up with no cake at a reveal party. A party with no cake?
I'm inclined to agree with everybody sucks here because the situation could have been handled better by everybody.
Yeah, miscommunication on all sides for sure.
Agreed.
But yeah, maybe the fact that they could have made they didn't have to make the grey cake, could have just made a different one. But yeah, a purple cake could be cool. I know that it was the mix between the two, but sad cement vibes and prison-looking cake. Yeah. So yeah, Ash.
It was a message. We're gonna put your feet in cement and send you to the bottom of the river.
He shows up with a mafia cake. You better eat all of it, otherwise your feet are going to be cemented into the cake, and I'm lobbing it off the fucking bridge, along with miscommunication.
What if she cut into it and it was just cement? That would have been interesting.
Well, basically, the general consensus for the arsehole concept is that he's an arsehole because they didn't use a bright, fun color.
Because they made it grey.
It's just because it was grey. They're complaining because it was grey. Otherwise, I mean, for me, I'm like, hey. If I have a surgeon and they're the best surgeon in the world, but their tools are made, all their fucking equipment is all rainbow, I'm not going to complain. Just get the job done. When it comes to the cake, I don't care if it's grey, does it taste good? That's what I care about. Because if he didn't bring a cake as well, right? Because there's obviously, I reckon everyone sucks here because they could have used better communication. The fact that he got rated an arsehole overall and not everyone sucks here is wild. But if he had showed up with no cake, and then he would have, the situation would have been worse, right? Because then they would have said, well, you didn't tell me what the gender was, and I kept following up. You didn't tell me, so now no one gets a fucking cake, because people showed up, and that would have caused a scene. The fact that he had a cake in the first place means that people can still eat the cake.
It's important to remember.
And be depressed.
It's important to remember, this motherfucker did this as a favor.
Yeah.
It's a baking hobby.
Yeah.
But yeah, he gets paid under the table for weddings and shit. But if you're baking as a hobby, you're going to charge your...
Yeah.
I mean, I wouldn't, personally. So maybe he did get charged. I don't know.
Yeah, they didn't say anything about that, though. But you never know. We don't have the sisters here. Let me just double check the video. It's still generating.
I fucking hope it doesn't suck.
Yeah, my overall consensus on that is everyone sucks here.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think he's an arsehole. I don't think the sister's an arsehole. I think the communication was just arse. That's my personal opinion. If he was charging and still charged the sister for the grey cake, I'd say he's probably leaning more towards arsehole there, because that would be passive aggressive.
Yeah, absolutely. Agreed.
That is definitely.
Good sitcom plot though. 100% agreed.
I guess that was interesting, Got arseholes strictly because the colour. Just the colour of the cake.
Yeah.
Okay, they got not the a-hole, but the title's not really pulling me in. Am I the arsehole for locking the office fridge after someone kept stealing my lunch? I don't know if there's much in there. Am I the arsehole for grounding my stepdaughter for selling my formal dress? I'm just trying to find titles that pull me in. Am I the arsehole for exposing my sister's fake cancer to her parents after she refused to come clean herself? What in the fuck? I could already just say you're not the asshole. I don't have to read that.
Yeah.
Am I the asshole for eating ice cream every night just like I always do and not stopping just because my sister-in-law doesn't want my niece to see it? Am I the asshole for not putting away my copy of The Handmaid's Tale? What? Am I the asshole for breastfeeding my niece? Like, you tell me if any of these are sticking out to you, Noot, and we'll read it. Am I the asshole for keeping inheritance from birth mother instead of splitting it with adoptive siblings? Yeah. I'm just gonna say CJ until you tell me that CJ is wrong, but because I don't know how to pronounce your name. Sure. But CJ, no, but you are weird. I agree on the breastfeeding the niece. No, but you're weird. They got not an asshole. CJ's fine.
So, there's one down here. Am I the arsehole for giving my daughter $60 a week, but my son nothing? They were branded an arsehole. I kind of want to know what the context is.
I'm curious. Am I the arsehole for giving my daughter $60 a week, but my son nothing? And they got arsehole branded. Okay, but as we know, that could be wrong, because that last one, everyone sucks.
We have overturned one.
We did overturn one. Did you want to read this one or me? How long is it? It's not too long.
Up to you, I don't mind.
Yeah, I'll read it then. So I, 45-year-old female and 2 kids, a 17-year-old female and a 15-year-old male. We moved earlier this year to be closer to my parents as my parents' health is declining. So just to clarify here, she gives her daughter, who is 17, $60 a week, but the son, who's 15, nothing. So they are mid to late teenage. My daughter was excited about the move. Yeah, because she's getting $60. Fucking. But my son has struggled to adjust. I wonder why. He's got no money. So due to the move, my job shifted to hybrid, and I needed a work-from-home setup. My bedroom is too small, and the only options were the lounge or one of the kids' rooms during school hours. I proposed this to them. My son flat out refused, no way in hell, but my daughter offered her room and half joked about charging me rent for the space. Okay. So the bedroom being too small, the only options were the lounge or one of the kids' rooms during school hours for the work-from-home setup. So the son didn't want his room being used for that setup. The daughter offered the room as half joked about charging rent for her room being used as the work-from-home office. Thought it was fair, as I get $20 a day work-from-home allowance. I agreed to give it to her if she was okay with me setting up a small office in her room. I work from 8:30 to 5, and she usually starts homework right after I finish, so it's worked out well. Now the issue, my son is pissed that his sister's getting $60. I don't do regular allowances, just canteen money, about $10 a week, and other needs as they come up. I told him he had the same opportunity and was now shit out of luck, got SOL'd. He got angry and brought up the move, saying he never gets to see his friends. For the record, I drive them back to visit every 2 weeks for visits. For the record, let it be known, I told him I understood his feelings, but said I wouldn't tolerate being spoken to like shit. He then started an argument with his sister too, going in on her for being an opportunistic bitch, and she called him a whiny little asshole. To cool off, I offered one of them the option to stay at their grandparents for the night. Not as a punishment, but to break the tension. My son opted to go, and while dropping him off, my mum told me I was favoring my daughter and should be paying them equally. My dad disagreed, saying my son had the chance and was shit out of luck. Am I the asshole? This family sounds dysfunctional. Yeah.
It's not that's not the way I'd approach it, to be honest.
What's your opinions here?
I mean, it's not hard to set up an office in a lounge room. That's what I'd just do that. Depending, of course, on how much the lounge room gets used.
Yeah.
But I would for Christ's sake, when I was living in my old house, when it got hot, Borgie just moved into the lounge room of our house. It's not fucking hard to just live around someone's needs.
So they get an allowance for working at home. They're 45, they get an allowance. And the option was she could work from the lounge or one of the kids' rooms. And I'm like, why not the lounge? There was no... The statement didn't go on for saying, oh, I couldn't do the lounge room in the end. It had to be one of the rooms because of insert reason here. Like, it's getting used a lot, communal. It just... They said I could do it in the lounge room or one of the bedrooms, and they just picked the bedroom with the daughter.
I get needing a space for work, but she didn't say that in the story that she specifically needed a space to be... So she very well could be, like, shutting her daughter out of her room. But again, it's not said in the story, so we can't really go around inferring. We gotta read what we've been given, and it doesn't sound like there was any reason she couldn't have used the laundry. But even so, I don't think I would. If I was the parent, I wouldn't be giving anyone, like, the daughter's like, haha, jokingly, I'll charge you rent. Like, motherfucker, I pay the rent of this house. If you want to chip in for that, I'll tell you what, I'll give you $60 off the rent you pay. But since you're not paying rent, I'm not fucking giving you $60 to use your room.
Yeah, not to mention, if you can set it up in the lounge room, why not just set it up in the lounge room if it was one of the options? You didn't state why you couldn't.
My first point.
Yourself into a fucking...
My very first point. But like that, like I don't get giving the daughter $60 for the use of her room if they're not paying rent at all. It's wild to me, like.
Yeah, well, we got hang on a second, ETA. I forget what that's.
Edit to add.
Oh, edit to add.
It stands for edit to add.
Yeah, I was thinking of estimated time of arrival, and I'm like, that is not correct.
That's what I always thought. I had to fucking Google it one day. I just had no idea what it meant. I'm such a boomer.
Yeah, I'm hearing you, man. I won't lie about things if I don't understand them. What is the internet? I put socks on today, I think. The conversation took place over the course of the afternoon, and I didn't immediately agree to the deal with the daughter. I offered it to the son first, who reiterated, hell no, and get the fuck out of my room. That's, a 15-year-old. As I said, this is a weird dynamic. Also should mention the reason
I don't think I'd be alive right now.
Huh?
Sorry, I was just saying, I don't think I'd be alive right now if I said that to my mum when I was 15.
I wouldn't.
Good fuck out of my room. I wouldn't be alive.
No, my mum tried to bash the door down just to get at me because I tried to run away from getting smacked because I told her to fuck off, I think, once, and that was the last time I did. But anyway. Yeah, she chased me. It was scary.
My mum tried. My mum was like, I'll fight. She was like, I'll fight you. Do you want to fight me? We were having some kind of argument. And she kind of ran up to me. And I just kind of instinctively put my arms up like, oh shit. And she's like, you want to fucking fight me? And I'm like, no.
Yeah.
Oh man. I love my mother dearly. But like, god damn.
My mum's mellowed
I
out,
would not be alive.
But yeah, I should also mention the reason I have the smallest room is due to the lack of insulation in the ceiling and flooring, making it damp. Well, that's just a mold problem. That's not good. That's got to be long-term issues. And as we're heading into winter, I wasn't sending either kid in there. The room also fits a single bed and a set of drawers with essentially no other space at all. We own the house in Auckland, New Zealand.
Okay, they own the house.
And I don't have the spare cash to get it insulated at the moment or even fit any of my equipment to work from home in there. If you don't have the spare cash and you need to get it insulated, why are you giving extra cash to your daughter? In the house that you
That's a good question.
She doesn't pay rent.
Why don't you use that $60 to set aside each week while you're working from home?
I think it might just be an arsehole just for the fact that this whole thing just, it screams of just inconsistencies. It brings up, it like introduces new variables into the equation and then just never explains why those variables were not explored. I.e., I could use a lounge room, and then you just don't explain why you couldn't use the lounge room. And now I need to get this place insulated because, yada yada, but I also don't have the spare money for that. Then I also give $60 to my fucking daughter who doesn't pay rent because I'm using the room, and I haven't explained why I can't use the lounge room. What? This whole thing is just inconsistent. I need comments. I don't know why I clicked that. I thought that opens comments. It means I could type one. Was a fucking get a ChatGPT. Greatest story ever. I cried. Okay, why is this highlighted? This is a good comment. It's a big
It's because it's received an award, so it gets highlighted.
Fuck. Well, I guess this must be like the one. I can understand your logic.
Got 11,000 upvotes.
Logic? That first sentence is suspicious. I can understand your logic. I can't. There is no logic in there. But I also don't totally agree with giving one child such a huge amount of money and the other nothing, and I think you are missing the bigger picture for your son, where he feels like his needs are not being considered as important within the family. If you were renting or own the whole house, then renting back space from a child is renting something you already paid for. Well, as you can point out, doesn't sound logical, right? So they're pointing out how illogical that sounds. So why'd you open it up with, I can understand your logic. Anyway, as the adult, it wouldn't be unreasonable to expect a larger room, especially if you need to work from home. If your daughter has a larger room than you're already giving her benefits that most parents probably wouldn't, I agree. So I don't think you need to pass on the whole working from home allowance to use the limited space that is available. However, I get your point that it'd be nice to reward her kindness in giving up some of her privacy by letting you use her space. Is anyone going to address the lounge room situation and why that wasn't available? I think the problem is that you're giving quite a lot of money to your daughter. I bet hardly any 17-year-olds in a similar financial position get given a $250 a month allowance. I suspect that $10 a week would have been more than enough for her to feel grateful. You could have come up with something that benefited your whole family, covering travel back to see your son's friends, for example, if he is old enough to do the journey on public transport, or having a special meal each month. If you wanted to reward your daughter's increasing independence with if you do not address the lounge room, that would be, expectation your son would get the same. I guess the only part that made me err towards you're the asshole is that you've been so dismissive of your son's needs. And that phrase, shit out of luck, feels so rejecting. And to encapsulate how he must feel to be uprooted from his peer group and watching his sister being financially indulged whilst he is just getting criticism. You say you won't tolerate being spoken to like shit? Having just spoken to him in that way, seems, I agree with that too. To read a post with such polarized opinions about your daughter as the wonderful child and your son as the troublemaker one makes me wonder whether you were projecting a negative opinion. So this might be projective identity. A projective identity trait, which is something that you can tailor to, you can study and fucking help, and it's a whole thing in the counseling world. It's an actual trait you can identify. Anyway. Well, this whole comment here kind of annoyed me. Only twice. Well, yeah, only twice. One, didn't address the fucking lounge room situation, which is weird. But also, number two, it brought up something super illogical, and it was making a point of it, and then the first sentence before was, I can understand your logic. I can't. There's no logic in this post. That was a weird fucking... Anyway. They're getting... so this one was You're the Asshole, right?
Yeah.
What do you think, Mr. Noot?
I think I'm leaning towards asshole simply because despite the fact she's taking some of her daughter's space, I was reading a comment about take everything away and think about just this. What are you creating by giving the daughter this much money and not your son? You're creating a weird power dynamic, you're creating jealousy. And I'm like, that's a good point. I don't think that much money should be given to without the other. Maybe, maybe they could organize or even offer a schedule where 1 week she's in the daughter's room and one, or don't give the fucking daughter the money.
Yeah.
When the daughter says, I can charge you rent, you could say, haha.
I think I could give them that they're the arsehole based on the situation itself and not on their parenting skills. Because I think a lot of the time, mention about they'll bring up their parenting skills, as that big comment did, where I'm like, I'm just looking at the situation that was presented to me. I think they're the arsehole, especially with the way they've presented the situation, because there's inconsistencies throughout the whole thing. This feels like just a very big emotional post. They've typed emotionally because they're like, I just don't understand what's going on, and voices are being raised, and I'm like, you didn't address the lounge room situation and why it can't be used. Also, you're favoring one side by giving them money, like money to one of your children, compared to the one that you just also admitted that he's been ripped away from his previous social circles and he's struggling to adapt here. And now you're giving money, and it's like, you got the same opportunity, and I'm like, sure, but the opportunity was, can I...
But your attitude towards him...
He feels isolated. And the idea is like, can I
Yeah.
invade your space of privacy for a financial, like a monetary agreement? And I'm like, of course he's going to say no. So I'm like looking at
But
all
also-
these situations. I think, not to mention, I need to save up to fix and get the installation because the kids can't be in there. So there's the whole, I'm holier than thou. I'm doing something good, and then I'm like, yeah, but then you're also saying you can't afford it. But you're giving money to your fucking daughter in a house that you either own.
Which
She
makes
doesn't
no
pay,
sense.
pay rent at all. Like, she doesn't pay rent to you. It's just a weird management.
But also,
of monies.
the attitude of "fuck you, shit out of luck, kid" is probably not the right way to go either.
Yeah, I won't be spoken to like
Especially
that,
after
but
the
I
isolation,
also
you know?
speak to my son like that. So,
Well-
yeah, I think that based on the situation, they're just an asshole for this one, yeah. I think
Yeah,
so.
I'm leaning towards asshole.
Lean towards asshole based on the situation, and just, yeah, this whole post just, yep. So, that was a good one. That was correct.
It inspired some conversation. Also, yeah, CJ, if this is something that people like, I'm sure this is something we'll continue to do.
Yeah,
I'm
I've
having fun.
always wanted
It's
to
a
do
pretty
this.
chill stream.
I'm just gonna check on that video.
We've done it
Also,
once or twice before.
I think,
Borgie DM'd you as well, I'm pretty sure.
yeah, should you hide my screen or something, just in case, or...
Oh, yeah, for sure, man. You are hidden.
Yeah.
Well, you're not, but your screen is.
Well, I mean, it looks a lot better, to be fair, but I don't think.
Let me know when I can unhide the screen. You're enjoying this and I can't.
Yeah, you
Tell
can,
me when
you
I
can
can unhide the
unhide
screen.
I'm good now. Yeah, I'm good now.
Alright.
It's still not Ghibli or Daryl Dixon, but it definitely looked a lot better and a lot smoother. So I will give it that. The information we gave it definitely improved. Is this just? Is this video gonna happen? I've got it up here. I'm just kind of waiting. But yeah. But I pinned the comment because Noot was giving his opinion, and I don't want to talk over Noot when he's giving an opinion, so that's why. But yeah, CJ for sure. I mean, thanks for being here for one, and if you're lurking, appreciate that. Obviously, thank you Jenny for bringing over your Monster Train 2 crew. I, on the other hand, struggled to play that game. I suck at it, so I'm gonna need some fucking tips because I play it a lot off stream. I really enjoy it. It's a great turn the sound down and have videos going on the second monitor while I look at my hentai collection on the third monitor. And you just get sandwiched between productivity, But I'd like to do more of this 100% because I'm just enjoying the fact that it's just so chilled and relaxed, It's nice. Why does Monster train? Is Monster competing in Monster Olympics? Yeah. Yeah, that's why the Monster trains. Is spot on. It's got to be a dad joke, right? Like one of them where it's like the doctor's like, well, I'm gonna deliver the child, and it's like, oh no, I'd rather my child has a liver. Don't deliver the child.
Stupid.
It's such a dad joke, right?
That's so stupid.
But I mean, yeah. Am I the asshole for blowing up at my sister for naming her daughter after a fungal infection? I've never been more pulled in than that title. We can do one more if you want, Noot.
Yeah, I've lost that story. Where is it? There it is.
wasn't
I'm
too-
here.
Okay, if you want to read it, I read the last one. How long is this one?
Sure.
But
It's not
yeah,
that
if you
long.
want to. And now they got rated not
So-
the asshole, but
They did. So, my 20 meters, sister, 27 feet, and her husband have been struggling a lot with baby names. She was determined to find the single perfect name, even by the time of her baby shower, nearly 5 weeks due date. She didn't seem any closer to picking something out than she was at the start of the pregnancy. Anyway, I knew she was struggling, so in addition to the $900 wooden crib on her list that I got for her, I gave her a list of obviously joke baby names. We have a really close relationship, and it was in line with both of our senses of humour. She's a nurse. And I'm a biology student, so all the names were medications, pleasant animal, etc. That all sound like lovely girls' names out of context. Some of them were a little bit obscure, sure, but I included some obvious like Viagra and hernia for good measure. 2 weeks later, she told me she and her husband had finally settled in on a name. Malassezia. The baby's name is Malassezia. One of the names on my joke list. Outside of the immediate issues, nearly impossible to pronounce on the first try, the ass smack dab in the middle, Malassezia, smack dab in the middle of it, the first syllable being mal, literally meaning bad or evil, it's also the name of a very common fungal infection, one that my sister and I are both genetically predisposed to, one that we've both had multiple times throughout our lives. Her daughter will almost certainly catch it at some time. I pointed it out to her, and she said that yes, she knew what it meant, and she knew my list was intended to be a joke, but she just really liked the way it sounded.
What?
I don't think the husband knows what it means. I think he'd reject it if he did. She says that it's so obscure that no one will ever think twice about it, except, you know, when a little baby Malassezia turns 14, finds a weird spot on her neck, and goes to her phone to Google what it is. And I told her that the name was completely unacceptable, but I was shocked that she chose it. I even suggested some similar names like Mallory, Azalea, or Anastasia that would be more acceptable, but she wouldn't hear it. She said that since I'm not one of the parents, I've got no business telling her what can and cannot name a child, and that I'm stepping way out of line. I think it's pregnancy hormones, and she'll regret the decision very soon.
I just had to have a quick chuckle because she said the sister knows what it means and still went with it. And I just went, fuck
She
it,
knows and has had the thing that it is.
Imagine going, what's this weird thing on my neck, and then Googling it, and it just comes up with your name. That must be like fucking, what a spin out that will be.
Well, I know it's my neck, but what is it?
Yeah.
Shit.
I'm just gonna type it into here and just go, what is this specifically? It's a genus of fungi, yeast-like fungi, to be specific, that naturally lives on the skin of humans and animals. Yeah. Lipophilic yeast, meaning it loves fat slash oils. That's part of a normal skin, okay? It can become pathogenic under certain conditions, especially in warm, oily, sweaty environments. Oh, Australia, eat your heart out, mate.
Shit.
Oh yeah, it's like also a form of like tinea and stuff. Associated conditions when it misbehaves, like tinea, dandruff. Okay. Small.
I don't know what you named your daughter. I mean, this is only less than a month.
What I've highlighted there on the screen is what she named her daughter. And I appreciated it when she said, outside the immediate issues of nearly impossible to pronounce on the very first try. I was like, thank fuck, 'cause it wasn't just me, because I'm looking at them like, Malassezia. And they're like, oh, the arse is smack dab in the middle of it. It's like, Malassezia. I was like, yeah.
I mean, if they're American, then it's Malassezia, you know what I mean?
It's almost like molasses. I think the sister's kind of fucking wild here, because she knew it was a joke list, she knew what it meant too, and she knows that the family also
and still
has
went for it.
And was like, oh, by the way, my husband doesn't know what it means, but I do, and I'm still gonna name my daughter that. I was like, then you deserve it then. You know, it is your kid, right? It's your kid, you name your kid that. I'm like, man, I can appreciate this person, the sister, stepping in like, hey, you know, that's not... Because also, I noticed something when they said, no one's going to know what it means sort of thing. They're not going to... And I'm like, every time I was a kid and I saw a word like that, I'm Googling it. That word stands out. That's not a standard word. I'd be like, what's the origin of this word? Like, what's the ethnicity behind it? Is it Latin? Is it something special? It just comes out with, oh, it's a yeast fungal infection. I mean, that word like that, I'm looking it up to find, you know, any history behind it, because I'm like, because the first thing I'm going to think of is that's an exotic name, because I don't know what the fuck it is. Where are you from? What name is that? I don't know, my mum named it after me. And then they Google it, because I'd Google it.
It might be a fitting name. She could be a pretty fun girl.
Yeah. Okay. I'm pretty sure I've got about 10 viewers, but if that didn't like at least tank it back down to 3.
You're welcome. I'm proud of myself.
Hang on, what's the voting guide is we have you're the asshole, you would be the asshole, not the asshole, and the other person is. You would not be the asshole, and the other person would. Everyone sucks here, no assholes here, not enough info. What do you think? This is an interesting comment, because I touched on this, where it says, while the sister's right, like your sister's right, and it's her parental right, you're not stepping out of line, your family, and it's, you're cautioning her. In terms of the name, you shouldn't name your...
I
did say they are the parents, it is their right, but...
Yeah, I don't think that they're an asshole for bringing it up and saying, hey, you probably shouldn't, and this is why.
Yeah.
Because if I was making a stupid decision, I would expect my friends and family to say, hey, that's a decision. But at the same time, if I was like, okay, cool, but at the end of the day, it is my decision, then I would expect them to back off and let me make my mistake, essentially.
Yeah.
It's like, yeah, you warned me, cool, I'm doubling down on this. And at that point, I'd be like, alright, that's your bed to lie in, bro.
But, is the sister being an asshole?
The pregnant one?
Yeah.
Well, I mean...
Because I get that, I think the poster's not an asshole, but I was going to be like, the sister's an asshole, and I'm like, hang on a second, is the sister really doing anything that's just, they're an asshole? Or are they just, they just being stupid? Because you could be stupid and not an asshole.
I'll be honest, pregnancy brain exists. I'm inclined to say that there's no assholes here.
Yeah, because I was looking at the guiding thing out here. I was going through it. It was like, no assholes here. I was looking at that because I'm like, I don't think the sister is technically being an asshole here, which means if she's not, and then the poster either says is not an asshole, there'd be no assholes here. That would be my my ranking for this.
Yeah.
Because also, I mean, the sister is not being, in terms of like, oh, is that what that word means? I think you're just bullshitting. I mean, you're the one who wrote the list in the first place. It's like, they're not trying to fight him on. They're just like, no, I know what it means. And that's just the name that I want because I like the name and I'm naming my child. And I'm like, I think, like, obviously pregnancy thing, hormones. And, yeah, being stupid doesn't mean you're an asshole. So I don't... Yeah. What is this fucking line? There's a whole fucking, like, thing of people talking about Candida. And the origins and shit of it. I'm still scrolling past that. I'd also make a point of telling her husband what the name means. If it's not on the legal list of banned names, like King, Prince, Bin Laden, Jesus. Wait, Jesus is a banned name because don't people call themselves Jesus?
Jesus, I think, is spelled the same, but with an affectation on one of the letters, perhaps.
I guess so, because like Jesus, I don't think it would be technically because Jesus I've seen, but yeah, that it devolves to common sense, which is sometimes in short supply. More countries have legally banned names. I'm American, and we don't have that. I personally know a king and a G. Yeah, I was just thinking that. I don't know what this comment was, but this is why you don't take comments at face value. Yeah.
So I've decided to filter by arsehole. Which out of context sounds horrendous.
Safe search was off, clearly. Shit.
This is one that was posted 20 hours ago. The title is interesting. They've been labelled an arsehole. Am I the arsehole for asking my roommates for compensation for maintenance?
They got rated an asshole for this, apparently.
They did, that's why I was interested. I thought I could find one with the title sounds like he shouldn't be an arsehole, but they've been voted an arsehole anyway. Like them.
So really,
Either that or
something in this
OP's a
story is
dickhead.
what... It's not much of a read
Maybe.
either, but something in this story apparently turned them into an asshole.
Potentially.
Potentially. Do you want me to read it?
Absolutely.
So...
In the beginning.
My fiance and I rent 26-year-old male, so male female, they're both 26. They rent a house with her brother and his girlfriend, 23-year-old male female. Okay, so they're relatively around the same age. So there's 4 people in the house. We've been renting for about a year now, and it hasn't been too bad, to be honest. The only issue is that the roommates don't clean up after themselves. They leave the stove dirty and greasy. They let the trash pile up and stink up the house. Don't sweep or mop the house. Leave their dryer, lint, and sheets off over the house. Sheets off over the house? Huh? And sheets off over the house after they do laundry, and sometimes I don't know. And sometimes don't pick up their dog's waste from the yard, which I have stepped in a couple of times. That would be frustrating. I also take care of the yard, which needs to be mowed 1 to 2 times a week, and is about 1.5 to 2 hours of work. What? A yard? Twice?
How big is your yard, bro?
What the fuck? Is buffalo
Twice a
grass
week, and
even
it takes you
that
2 hours each time.
You don't have
How
grass,
big is their
you've got
yard?
Weeds. There's no way.
Either that, or you live in the middle of a fucking stadium or some shit. Like,
You
Jesus
got a parasitic
Christ.
infection. Is it just raining 24/7 in the fucking... anyway. My fiance and I work/go to school for over 50 hours a week, and our roommates work maybe 20 to 25 hours a week. We work too much and don't have the energy to keep cleaning after the roommates, who are grown adults. We are renewing the lease for another year because the cost of living is too good to leave, and these issues are so easy to fix. We've had to ask them a handful of times to be courteous and mindful of keeping up with their mess. Oh, so you want them to keep up with their mess? Like, keep making a mess, please. I get what you're trying to say, though. You keep up with, keep on top of their mess. If they decide not to help, should I charge them money as a way to reimburse me for keeping up with all of the household stuff? I'm not sure what kind of charge I do for the household chores, but for the yard, I'm thinking of asking for $50 a week, since it would normally cost $100 a week for a company to come out and do $100 a week for a company to come out and mow the lawn, of which you have to do twice a week, by the way, because your yard is just...
And it costs... If they're doing it twice a week, and it takes them 2 hours worth of work, there's no way a company is charging them $100 a do.
Yeah. I'm thinking, like, do you have, like, fucking 50 acres? Like, what?
When our yard was at its
on?
worst, front and back, and we got someone to come, it cost me about 100, I think it was, just under. And it's not 2 hours of work twice a week.
Yeah, I agree.
I mean, this is Australia, but I can't imagine that the price for mowing your lawn is overly different in other countries.
So I'll
At
charge
least in
the
other
roommates
countries that are posting
$50
this
for
kind
their
of
share
shit on Reddit.
for me to keep doing it without asking for help. Am I the asshole? This is interesting. This is an interesting one, because I can see. So basically, they've tried to set up that there is a disproportionate amount of effort from everyone in the house for the general upkeep, and they wanted to make a mention of it that, like him and her, the partner of 26, they work more. So they are spending more time busting their ass in comparison to the effort of the other two, who work less hours. So they're trying to say they have more time to pitch in, and so they're trying to say they do all the essential maintenance right now, and the other two don't do much or any at all, and so they want to start charging them. Is essentially what I got out of that, and it's an interesting one, but I think the comments are going to probably lean more towards, why are you not talking to them about this? And having like a house meeting or something.
In this story, they have apparently brought it up before.
We may need more content.
But from where I'm at though, at the moment, before I start delving into comments, where I'm at is
okay.
Because I've been in this situation as both the party who's had to do the work and as the party who in some of my worst times, has created the work that he's doing. I've been on both sides of the coin. So the thing I would do, and the thing I have done in this situation, is you just don't do their shit. You do yours. You keep yours upkept. Don't touch the reason why nothing's changing is because you're doing their things for them. Don't do their things.
I will
You
say
know, and
that...
if you have to fucking...
Oh yeah, you go.
Sorry?
You go.
There you go.
I was going to say, I will say they did mention something where I could say that could be a bit difficult, because they did mention that the stovetop. If the stovetop is something
Fair.
communal where you want to make food and stuff, and if they keep leaving that in a bad
Fair.
state, and then they also want to cook themselves, obviously if they clean up that, because they're going to clean it up anyway, because obviously you want to cook in a bit of a cleaner kitchen, so that's something that they
Sure.
would eventually have to cave in and clean, because they are using it around food prep. So I
Sure.
can see an overlap for sure. Like there are some
But I
things
can
you just
see-
wouldn't do and clean up after them for sure.
But
I think that's
if
the
you
overlap.
stack their dishes and their washing and you put it in their room, I can guarantee you that's going to send a message. It might be a passive-aggressive message, but it's a
Yeah.
message.
I think so, but yeah, I for sure. I think a lot of the comments will
I think
probably...
straight charging them without talking about it is the wrong move.
I think so.
I don't know if I'll call them an asshole for it, but it is the wrong move.
And it's also like the understanding of share housing. I get that you're kind of locked in because the rental crisis and stuff is kind of fucked up at the moment, and not everybody is, even if you're... I mean, what I'm thinking of, by the way, is there's 4 of them in the house, and all 4 of them work. Good hours, apparently. But
cleaner.
then again, here, they didn't say they work and go to school for over 50. They just said over 50 in total. So they could also just be working 20 hours a week like the other couple, but then they're going to school, like doing uni or something.
Yeah.
So that they could just still be working the same amount. But I can see that they've tried to inflate, like, oh, we have extra time away, so we're busier than them. But just, yeah, all
Well,
4
yeah,
of them are
that's-
working, but I get that they want to feel trapped. Like, he feels trapped, right? They feel trapped at the housing and stuff.
Yeah.
And they're in a good house they want to be in, and so they have to sign this lease again because it does benefit them, even if there are some issues. And they did say the issues can be easily fixed. And I'm like, yeah, you just got to talk to them. That would be my first
Yeah, exactly.
step here. Don't start charging them without telling them.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I think that's a valid thing as well. It's just, you know, something you discussed with your housemates at the time, of which
Really?
I was apparently one. But also, this is a different situation because you're the busy party who's paying the non-busy party to do the work, whereas this is the busy party doing the work, wanting to charge the
Yeah.
But like, I
the
mean,
couple is
my
working.
point is yeah. But my point is that if you discuss with your roommates and say, hey, I'll give you $20 if you do my washing for the week because I'm just so flat out, that's totally valid. That's between you and your roommates. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And I think their issue here is like as well with just the fact that they're trying to clean up after themselves and the other 2 aren't, and so they feel like they're doing all the work and cleaning up after them as well, and that's the issue there. And I'm like, that's a discussion you guys have to have. Obviously, I mean, everyone should pitch in
Absolutely.
and just clean up after themselves. There should be like a mutual agreement, and there are really bad, like as I said, really really bad share houses, and the people that you meet in share houses. I mean, if we all could afford to live on our own, we fucking would be. I'm just saying. But, so yeah, sometimes it is hard to find a really good bunch of people that will clean up after themselves, or at least keep to themselves, and pitch in when you have to. And pitching in when you have to is what matters, and I would say in
That's
this
the
case,
important
they're
part
not
as
pitching
well.
in. So
Yeah, 100%.
a discussion for sure, and I can see why they're re-signing the lease, because obviously searching for another house is risky. So if they get offered a new lease, I mean, signing it again would definitely be the safest bet, because they need a place to stay while they work and study, because they're obviously studying to get into a better field, I guess, to earn more money. Sure. And they also said we've been renting for about a year and it hasn't been too bad. They just don't clean up after themselves.
Yeah. Well, I still think that charging them is wrong. However, they are asking if they're the arsehole for asking them for compensation.
I think they mean
So
when they
not-
leave the dryer lint and sheets all over the house after they do laundry.
Yeah, I think so as
that's
well.
what they were trying to say. But not picking up the dog's waste, and he said sometimes, not all the time. So it's showing, it looks to me like there's a little bit of minimal effort there. Like there is some sort of effort, but just not consistent maintenance or maintaining. You should be looking after, if you have a dog, you should be obviously cleaning up.
100%.
And looking after your dog, because dogs are a responsibility. Any pet is a responsibility. You shouldn't get a pet and then just go, look after yourself. I'll occasionally be a fucking pet owner.
Yeah.
It is a responsibility. I think in this case, I think they did say if they decide not to help, because they want to have a talk. They want to talk to them again because they've been mentioning it before. They said if they decide not to help, should I charge them money as a way to reimburse me?
See, that line that says it all. They're going to talk to them about it, and if they decide they don't want to help, then they're going to bring up the whole maybe charge us. Because I don't think that's an unreasonable thing to say.
But they did follow up and say, but for the yard, I'm thinking of asking for $50 a week. And they said I'll charge the roommates $50 or their share for it to keep doing it without asking for help. So, not asking for help, essentially. They're just like, if they don't help me, like, they're going to talk about this. Like, I could. They're really focusing on the lawn here. The lawn just doesn't add up. I don't know what the deal is with that lawn. Like, are they out there with a pair of scissors on their hands and knees cutting all the grass for 2 hours? 2 hours? And you have to cut it twice a week? I need to know, like, what grass needs to be cut twice a week at around 2 hours each time in a general house.
I got voted the arsehole, but a few of these comments
with
are not the arsehole.
A front and backyard. I'm just curious, like, what sort of grass would actually just be that fucking thirsty? Kikuyu grass, Australia and similar climates. It's the Hulk of lawns. That's its nickname. Never even heard of it. Incredibly fast, especially in warm months. Can grow visibly within 3 to 4 days. You know what? I might just change my mind. It might change my mind on it. It just seems I didn't understand. The maintenance requires frequent mowing. 2 times a week is common. This is most likely suspect.
Yeah, 2 hours a pop.
Yeah, I see. I don't know. It says this is the most likely suspect if you're mowing that often in Australia. Bermuda grass, which is from the US, Australia, warm climates. Height, it likes to be kept short. So they use it in lawns like golf courses. I don't think they're going to have Bermuda grass. And then all this grass just grows slower. If you're spending 4 hours per week covering average yard sizes, you're likely dealing with Kikuyu. Okay. Is Kikuyu common? Because I've fucking... Oh, it's very common. Of course it is. Yeah. Well, you know what? They might not be bullshitting, no? It didn't seem to add up, but if it is this grass, I mean, it could line up.
Yeah, maybe.
Okay. Sure. Well, anyway.
I feel like I'm just like having a quick peruse in the comments. I really feel like most of them, I feel like we're not the arsehole, and yet the post got flagged as.
Yeah, you're the arsehole for renewing the lease and then expecting to add an uncontracted charge to your roommates because they're messing. You have an move now.
Which is not really the situation.
That's not the situation, yeah.
They said they were going to sit down with them and talk about it and then ask for the compensation. It was not going to be snuck into the contract. It's not like they're the landlord, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I don't think I don't think they've understood the assignment, I think, with how they're interpreting.
But there's a few comments that have said that you're the asshole wanting to put a charge in the contract.
And I'm like, they covered that. The rental issue. They obviously
Yeah.
can't afford to take the gamble. If they're getting a new rental, like a new lease, then they're signing that lease because it's guaranteed, because the uncertainty of being homeless is pretty scary.
100%.
I agree. See, there needs to be a conversation now before you sign the lease. That unless they keep up 50%, insert list of chores. Really, it's just clean up after yourself to a reasonable
Yeah.
standard. Not your standard, just a reasonable one, yeah? Okay. The yard's the interesting one. Not the asshole for wanting to charge, but let's be honest here, it's not going to happen. It'll most likely turn into an argument. I agree. I think so. Monetary can definitely be an issue.
So my suggestion would be to ask. That's what they're going to do, you numbskull.
That's what they're going to do. Have the argument and then stop cleaning up their messes. Well, that was something that you suggested, and I said I also agreed with that, but then I also said it is a little hard when it comes to like communal spaces where they're all using like the kitchen or something, and it's like at some point...
They also got one in their comment to say clean up after yourself, of course, and if absolutely necessary, clean to maintain sanitation in cooking and bathroom area.
Yeah. They'll either get the message or they won't. I don't think they will here, simply because the bathroom in the cooking area is something that they also will use frequently, and then if that's getting a clean, I mean, they're getting a free ride on that. And often, bathrooms, toilets, and kitchen areas are pretty hard to fucking... When they build up with a lot of shit, they're really hard to clean. Like, it takes time. You've got to really get in there.
Yeah, for sure.
If it's not being maintained. And so if they just go, well, we're also not maintaining it because they should learn to clean up. If they're already messy and filthy, it's like, you can't... Sometimes you could be really nice people, but you can't wash the filth out sometimes. If they're filthy people, I mean, having a dirty bathroom is not going to bother them. And then eventually you'll just clean it. You're not going to move because the deal is too good. You are free to ask, but should expect a no. Or anything they leave lying around, return to their room while you are cleaning up after them. There is no motivation. Yeah, so basically the passive-aggressive attack. I mean, confrontation's going to have to happen at this point. Not the arsehole, but you're going about this the wrong way. You can't just unilaterally charge people for services they never agreed to pay for, not to mention they're trying to do this is just going to escalate the conflict. Well, yes. But, wait, hang on.
Again, this is
going
what
about
OP
this
said
the
they were
wrong
going to
way
do.
because the charge. But didn't they say... if they decide not to help, should I charge them? So they've said they're not even doing it. They just said they're asking for advice in the comments, but the comments are like, oh, you're going about this the wrong way. You're trying to charge them, and they're like, no, the poster's saying, should I?
OP's getting flamed as an asshole for charging them when they're asking, hey, if they won't help me, should I bring this up?
Yeah, they're asking the comment.
The second half
should I charge them?
The second half of this comment, what you need to do is make your expectations abundantly clear and that's almost exactly what they were fucking... Sure, they wouldn't have legal grounds to charge them, but that the whole post is about, we're going to sit down and talk about this, and if they don't help still, should we do this?
Yeah, like,
and they're all going as if they've already decided to ask them to charge.
Yeah.
Some of them are under the impression that they're going to bake it into some sort of lease agreement, like...
Yeah, I think because obviously there's some spelling issues. It's probably done on their phone late at night, and they're laying down, and they're just they're tired, and they finally went, fuck it, I'm going to put my grievance onto Am I the Arsehole, where everyone gets flamed.
Yeah.
It takes courage to do that, and confidence. But I think a lot of the comments here are just missing the point. They're treating the original poster as if, oh, you're just going to charge them and not even tell them. It's like, they didn't say that. But that's what they're getting judged on. I think we've got a bunch of fucking smooth-brained, low-IQ commenters in here.
Agreed.
Not the asshole if you have this conversation and agree on it before the lease renewal. Yeah, I mean, that's just communication, comments. It's amazing how much communication really just fixes a lot of these issues.
Yeah.
An actual estimate.
Most of it boils down to communicate.
And a mowing service to show them. The choices are hire them and you split the cost, or you do it and they pay you half. They share in the chores. Now, to be fair, that is true, because if you're on the lease as well, the lawn upkeep is for everybody. Everyone has to upkeep it, and if people just aren't going to upkeep it, then obviously you agree on a price to split the cost of hire someone in. If people aren't going to cover the lawn, then everyone the conversation has to happen, obviously. Don't just get a lawn person in because two of you are sick of like the other two people for not helping with the lawn, and so you hire a company and then go, oh, by the way, you have to split this with us. Because they may just go, oh, if we'd known you were doing this, then we would have just fucking mowed it ourselves because we don't have the money. In which case, don't spring it on them. But yeah, it really just communication fixes a lot of issues.
Again, communicate. Yep, 100%.
I'd be inclined to hire someone because it removes OP from the equation. Bro, I'm really busy. You're really busy. We need to keep the place clean and tidy, so let's get some paid help. And they're all working, so it wouldn't be a conversation that they would struggle to have. They're all working.
Exactly.
All four.
That's what I said earlier. Get it fucking made. If the situation in this house is that good, then you should be able to scrounge up a cleaner between the four of you.
Well, it's like
because even once a week would help.
I agree. I wouldn't be opposed to that, but this is the OP. I wouldn't be opposed to this idea of like hire someone and really busy. So they responded and said I wouldn't be opposed to that, but I'm a full-time student in med school. So they'd be having some sleepless nights. I don't have the extra cash to spend for luxury services. The only reason my fiance and I have roommates at all is so I can get through the one program of study. But you are 100% correct. That whole response is strange. I get they don't have extra cash to spend for luxury services, but if you're working and because you said you and your partner both work, and the other two clearly work, and if you're going to get a service in, then all four of you would split it. So you wouldn't be paying for the bulk of it. Because if you're working, where are your extra expenses going? Because there's four of you sharing rent, like bills and rental expenses. There's four of you because you're all pitching in, right? And if the other two work for 25 hours a week, and I'm assuming that's each of them because they both have a job, and then you said 50 hours, but you included your study time, I'm wondering, are you employed or are you just studying full-time and your partner is working? So I'm trying to find, because if all four of you are working, I'm trying to find where you wouldn't be able to split the bill, because their response was just strange. They don't have money for the luxury service, and I'm like, okay, so then get four of you to split it, and that's the conversation you need to have.
Yeah.
Because I may not have $100 to spend on the lawn, but I will probably have $25 to pitch in if I'm splitting it between four people. More likely to, at least.
We've been in situations where, as a group of housemates, we've been able to pay for an hour or two of cleaners between the four of us, three of us even, with some of us even on, benefits at the time. Like, we can still manage that. I get that, sometimes you can't manage it, but I guess you gotta, take a look at your situation and bring that forward to the people that are involved and have an actual adult conversation, which is what they said they were going to do anyway. I'm voting not the arsehole. I could not get that English sentence out of my mouth.
Yeah, I like this person here. OP should remind him that the upkeep of the interior and exterior of the house is part of the lease, not just paying rent. Agreed, because rent inspections. And there's yes, but I don't know that OP is a reliable narrator, has high standards, because mowing one to two times a week seems excessive. I mow my yard once or twice a month. I could see maybe once a week. In my opinion, that's if I want a picture perfect, pristine lawn. But really, I suspect mowing every other week would be fine or good enough. I'm still kind of hung up on that 2 times a week for 2 hours. I
really think, even with an aggressively growing lawn, if they're living on acreage, maybe. But I don't see 1.5 to 2 hours of work twice a week. I just don't see 3 or 4 hours of work in lawn a week. I just don't see it.
I'm thinking the same thing.
Especially considering that when our lawn gets fucking horrendous, it doesn't take me nearly that long to cut our backyard with an electric mower. It can be waist fucking height.
The time consuming is just charging the batteries.
Legitimately, fuck.
I've got a whole corner, we got the whole corner block here at this house. So
what?
I've got a small backyard and then.
Are you out of your mind?
So, did I just get raided?
Yep. Bye, Tess. Hi, Tess.
I got raided by Tess. My number one enemy on Twitch. I'm beefing with Tess.
Tessalicious with
Yeah.
the Raidalicious.
Tessalicious.
With an instant ad.
Instant. That's right. Instant ad. That's what you get. I made sure. I made sure.
Scam.
Yeah, I'm beefing with Tess, and anytime Tess shows up, instant ad for Tess. I've got it set. That's how the system
funny.
works. Yeah, I was gonna say, thank you for the raid. Hopefully your stream went well. You're going through a subathon, right? I think you're doing a subathon. L stream gives ad. Honestly, that ad I ran for Tess gave me half a cent, and it was worth it. I'll do it again. A yuck. I'll do it again.
A yuck murder.
I got the corner block, but yeah, tell me about your stream, Tess. I got the corner block, and there's a lot of grass to cut on the front because I also have to wrap all the way around the side of the the curb and everything. I've got to go all the way around the corner sometimes. But even then, it would take me about 20 minutes to do the back and the front. The front takes about 15 minutes, and I've got an electric mower here too. You just walk up and down, and it's done. So 2 hours?
Yep.
I just don't know.
Yeah. Just not seeing it, bruh.
Yeah, maybe 30 minutes to an hour, depending. Like, what's she doing? Is she, like, planning... I don't know. Is she out there just trying to get, like, the picture perfect, I'm trying to sell the house sort of look? Like, get that full makeover and edging and all that? Like, what's going on here? You're here now? You got nuggies? How dare I give you food and ads? I mean... Hell yeah. That's how I bait people in. You get food to remind you that it's okay if there's an ad. It's distraction, sleight of hand. It's like jiggling keys in front of someone, you know? Don't worry about the ads. I want to get a cent per ad that someone watches. Don't worry about it. I want to make money off people.
So what's your verdict there, Sci Guy? I reckon not the arsehole, but that lawn thing is sus.
I reckon not the arsehole, but I think the lawn was just a really weird thing to bring up, and I don't think the time spent is adding up.
I feel
and then
like
also, the bloody what was I just had it as well. Oh, the amount of time they spend. Like they tried to post that they do 50 hours of work and study, and the other couple only does 25. That was a really interesting. Like, I'm trying to justify why they should do more.
Yeah, that's what I felt like. I feel like they were exaggerating numbers, trying to justify.
I think they've inflated their study time and work time, so they may just work the same amount of hours and then study the extra. Or 50 hours a week. I mean, my full-time study alone is 25 hours, 20 to 25 hours that I had to sit through for the 3 months.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I think they're probably also working part-time and then adding their study time on top of that. But then what's the partner doing? Because they said 50 hours in total. Is the partner working 50 hours as well? In which case, like, I don't know. Could have just been the wording. But I don't think they're the arsehole.
No,
I
it
think
was
just
weird.
communication. Got rated the arsehole though, which is wild. I don't... That was a weird one.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that one myself.
Just making me hungry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Bambi. I'm sorry. Not cool to hide the reaction with an ad. I mean, Tess, I'm sorry about that too, but I mean, thank you for watching the ad and giving me a cent. I'm gonna put that money into the I took more money from Tess fund. That's the plan. I'll add it to the... I'm gonna keep adding it to it until I can find some way to beef with you even more, because I just gotta have beef, you know? That's how you do it on Twitch. You gotta start a beef with someone, and I'm like, cool. I got a small following,
Well,
so I'm gonna beef with everybody.
About tree fitting.
I'll beef with anyone bigger than me, because
even
I
care
can only come out
anymore. Take it.
looking better somehow, probably, right? Right? That's how it works? Thanks for the 100 bits, Tess. I appreciate that. You don't even care anymore. Take it. I mean, thank you. Thank you for your money. I like it when you give me your money, because it's your money and I want it, so now it's mine. I feel good. It really just hits that dopamine in my brain. Gets me going. I'm getting a whole cent over here. I am. Not only am I getting a whole cent over here, that's a cent I didn't have. And that matters. Twitch can't take that from me.
So, my friend, it's been 4.5 hours, and it's 12:30 a.m., and I need to use the little Noot's room, so I might use this as an opportunity to sign off.
No, get it done. Get it done. Get out of here. I got rated by Tess,
It's
so
been
now
fun,
I'm
though.
obliged to hang around. But honestly, I'm just gonna be like, stream's over. Now the Tess has rated me. We're done. We're closing the stream out.
Honestly, it's because of Tess that I'm leaving. Oh, what's he doing in ChatGPT? Can you tell Tess my stream is over?
Absolutely. Here's a message you can send to Tess. Hey Tess, just a heads up. My stream's over for now. Thanks for hanging out if you dropped by. Catch you next time.
Want me to spice it up? Yes.
Oh yeah.
Spice it up.
Spice it up. All right, let's see what it does. All right, here's a spiced up version with some flair. Yo, Tess, the stream is officially flatlined. We're done for today. Servers closed, pixels are cooled, chaos postponed. Thanks for sliding through. If you caught any of it, you're a real one. Catch you on the next broadcast of What Will Psy Break this time.
Oh shit! It's got layers, Psy Guy. It's got layers.
Yeah, want a cursed version? A cursed version?
We have to.
Alright, let's go cursed. I'm just curious. You want cursed? You got cursed. Here's the kind of unholy transmission you'd send from a haunted Ethernet cable. Tess. Oh, so I'm sorry.
The stream has perished.
Yeah. Tess. The stream has perished. OBS screamed. My bitrate bled. And the last pixel gasped. Not like this.
Not like this.
If you witnessed any part of the chaos, you now carry the curse too. I'll return when the void demands it. Until then, water your crops and fear no wolf. What was the last bit there?
What the fuck? That's wild.
It's her birthday tomorrow. Be nice, 100%. We'll say jokes aside. Can you say happy birthday? Birthday.
Happy birthday.
Yeah, I can type, I promise. Of course, jokes aside, here's a heartfelt one for Tess, 100%, because if it is your birthday tomorrow, which is fantastic, well done. That's awesome. Happy birthday, Tess, and also happy birthday, Tess, from ChatGPT. Wishing you a day full of joy, good vibes, and maybe even a few cursed memes, just to keep it balanced. Hope this year brings you everything you're aiming for, and maybe a surprise or two you didn't see coming. You deserve the best. A wholesome, chaotic blend. Dare I even attempt that? I think we'll just, you know what? We'll quit while we're ahead. It's wholesome. Let's end there. The program I got for this profile, it tends to start roasting people when you don't even ask it to. So
yeah, I got fucking flamed early on.
We got to play.
We asked for a comedy style intro, and it fucking flamed me.
Yeah,
that video is still not fucking
flamed.
ready.
I said comedy style, welcome to the stream intro, and it flamed Noot. I don't know why it roasted Noot, but it did.
Oh, it roasted me hard. I've not recovered. It's been 4.5 hours. I've not recovered.
It roasts streamers a lot. When you're a streamer, it loves roast. It's really good at it. I don't know. Full of joy. He 100%. Yeah. Referring to
He. Alrighty, I need to get out of here. So
I was only being polite to Tess. This is wild. I mean, she's the one who started a beef with me. You think I'm just going to be like polite all the time? Absolutely not. But tomorrow, I mean, we can put it on hold. But yeah, Noot, thanks for being here. I appreciate that.
Thank you for being here.
Buddy. No, it was awesome.
I appreciate you. This was fun. We should do it again.
I think
we should do more of this. I enjoyed it.
I agree. I think it was fun. We should do more.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
For anyone hanging out my side of things, thank you again for being here. It's been an interesting first iteration of, the old, what's it called? Shooting with Noot. The old cheeky logo I got cranking.
Shooting with Noot.
Anyway, yeah, thank you again, and I'll see you guys at some point soon. I don't know when. Probably Sunday, maybe. See how I'm feeling. But anyway, thanks again. Sly Guy, appreciate you, bud. I'm going to rush off because I desperately need to use the little Noot's room.
Yeah, go, man. Get out of here.
So, thanks again.
Yeah, you can dip one.
And, yeah. Ta-ta.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Oh, thanks. It was great to have Noot here. Tess allowed to pick beef because she's a cutie. I mean, I suppose so, right? That makes sense. I mean, because pretty privilege and all that, right? you look amazing, you get to just start beef with anyone. I guess because I start beef with lots of people, I guess I'm also pretty privileged as well. I also have privilege, which is good. I look good. Got a great smile. It's fine. It works. I'm just using the system as it's been put in place. I'm just like, hey, look, let's use meta builds here, right? We got to do what we got to do, and yeah. I just have audacity. I've got all of it. All the temerity, the superciliousness, I've got it all. I have all the audacity. I stand on that business. I don't walk backwards on that. I'll just die on the hill. That's just what I'll do. So, honestly though, happy birthday for tomorrow though, Tess. I mean, obviously this was heartfelt, but I'm giving you my heartfelt happy birthday because, you know, birthdays are special. They're pretty exciting. We like people who have birthdays around here. It means another year of success, which is great. And you can look at the year and reflect in the back. You can look back and see all the good and the bad, and you can go, you know what? We got here. We made it. It's good. It's a good time for self-reflection. I legitimately was finishing my stream. We were reading one last Am I the Asshole on Reddit, and we were breaking it down, giving our opinion. Some interesting ones tonight. I think we disagreed with all of them except for one. So that was interesting. And then we used a little bit of AI just to have a little bit of fun. I was having fun with AI today. Just a little bit of a just chatting stream. And now that I multi-stream, just in case, because you never know about the future of Twitch. You just never know. But you can say that on any platform, so why not just multi-stream to all of them? So I tested that out. Been enjoying that myself. Carry yourself with the confidence of a white mediocre man starts to really stick with me. What can I say? I mean, am I mediocre and white, or am I privileged and white? Like, what is it? Which one is it? Is it both? Is it all of them? Am I white and privileged? In which case, where's my privilege? I want it to kick in now. Can I have some? I expect privilege, and I expect 10,000 followers on Twitch in the next 24 hours. Because I want to start benefiting from being a straight white, privileged male in a first world country. Just heckin' white, man. I'm just white. That's just what it is. No privilege, nothing. Just white. All right. Well, fuck. It's all downhill from here, frankly. There's no future for me. I think my future's gonna run out in the next 50 years. So I reckon 50 years from now, and my time might be up. Frankly. 50 years, I think. It's not much. You do love the Aussies, though? Or the Aussies? Yeah. At least you got that. The fact that I'm Australian. That's a good point. That's a good point. Well, I've got German heritage, so I'm Australian, depending on if the Germans invade Australia, in which case I get just whoever's winning, I'll just pick that side. Am I a flip-flopper? Hey, we do what we need to survive, you know? We gotta do what we can. Finally woken up, have you? I'm house sitting and looking after a cat. I think that makes me a winner, because I got a cat here, right? The German will not give you points. It's a bit unfortunate. It's a bit unfortunate. Yeah. But you know, I guess I'll just have to lean into the Australian concept. You know, g'day Sheila, how you going there, mate? I think there's a certain level of Australian accent that is acceptable to the human ear. Thanks for having me. Sorry you rushed off. You were desperate. It's totally fine. You gotta go. You gotta go do your thing. I'm just entertaining Bambi, but I am absolutely about to just be like, all right, stream over. I'm done, and I'm getting out of here because I'm hungry. So I might fly myself in some nuggets or something. Nuggets do sound very good. They might hit the vibe, frankly. They might satiate me. But yeah, thanks, Noot. We'll definitely do this. We'll do this again. We'll get this done, and we'll do it again. 100%. I don't know when. I do have my first exam on Friday, so I'm going to be knuckling down even more on my study, just to make sure that we are going to get myself across that finish line. But otherwise, I might just do a solo stream. I don't know yet. I don't know. But I'm enjoying being back into the streaming vibe, so it's good. Have a good one and eat something. eat something yummy, it's gonna have to be nuggets. I mean, Tess said it. Now I'm gonna have some nuggets because I'm like, okay, you can have nuggets. Good, I'm gonna have nuggets. That's how this is going down because I have the audacity, all of it. So I guess nuggets will have to be the victory. All right, I'll get out of here. I'm gone. Oh man, you want? I'm not telling you, nuggets. It just sometimes it can solve a lot of problems. I don't know if it solves every problem on Earth, but hey, it's great. It's great at distracting me from them. So nuggets, nuggets is the way to go. All right, I'm gone. I'm out of here. Look after yourself. Thanks for the raid. Seriously, I appreciate that. But it was good to quickly chat with you, Bambi. It was good. It was good. I often lurk now and then when I'm not streaming, but I've just been on a study grind. Pardon me, I've been on a study grind, so I've just not been very active on Twitch, and I also multi-stream, so I'm on other platforms now, so it just is what it is. I do this for fun, not for monetary value, until I start getting paid, in which case I do it all for the money, but until then, I don't do it for the money. I gotta stay humble until I get money. Anyway, I'm out of here. Look after yourself. Thank you for being here, Bambi. You go have yourself a good afternoon or a good morning or wherever you may be in the world. Have a good day. You too as well, Tess. Enjoy your nuggets. Go do you. Thank you for the raid. I appreciate it. It's a shame it happened right as I was ending my stream, but thank you. I appreciate it. I'm gone. Look after yourself. Take care. You're all great. You're all awesome.